in the traditional sense of it. She did go from when she was shod from a negative plane or negative palmar angle to well, she's pretty flat now, except
Uh-huh.
she tilted. The the coffin bone is tilted.
Now you've had her x-rayed, haven't you?
Ooh, several times.
Yeah, a number of times.
Not in the last 2 or 3 years though.
Uh-huh.
One of these days I'll do it again.
See, I'd like to see as soon as you get a chance, if you take pictures of her feet, I'd like to see what they look like now.
They look horrible.
Oh, well, but see, now I understand more because like with all the passing time, like I'll look at feet and there's just things I didn't see or
Mhm.
understand that now when I look at feet, I see in a much bigger way.
Mhm.
See?
I get it.
Um, like I was saying with these feet, I knew they were contracted, but I don't think at the time I fully understood how these things literally roll up, you know.
Yeah.
Um, because that is what I have been doing. Because Valor's feet were rolled like this, but the frog was not contracted.
Right.
Say he had a wide frog, but he's
Like
still,
Roscoe. Roscoe is a wide frog,
yeah,
but
but
is
he's,
terribly contracted too.
yeah, still had the curled in heel,
Yep.
you know, because let me annotate here. Because, okay, so these heels go around this way, and then if you follow them down, they're pointing right there. See, they're pointing that way when they're supposed to come around and point this way,
Right.
that way, and probably be a little wider. So this whole wall here would have to untwist. This part here would have to be over here.
But first she has to grow hoof wall there because that's not even hoof wall.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean, it looks like hoof wall. It is not hoof wall.
yeah.
It is periopal skin that's cornified.
Yeah. Oh, I believe it. Yeah.
You get that wet and it just smashes.
See, yeah. So it can't be hoof wall because hoof wall doesn't quite do that,
No.
you know, and stuff. So, so your bars are buried in there somewhere, just covered up and like grass won't grow.
Won't
There's
grow.
no place for them to grow,
There's no place for them to grow.
you know?
It is, they were smashed. And honestly, they were smashed before the barefoot trimmer got to her.
Yeah.
The barefoot trimmer just made this capsule much smaller than it
Yeah.
already was.
Yeah. As barefoot trimming does. Makes a cute, tidy little foot, and puts that image in everybody's head. So now whenever they see somebody carving on a foot, you could make any foot look good and totally cripple the horse.
Oh, yes.
There's a new hoof group, all right? New up and coming stars, all right? What's it called? I can't think of their name right now. But they're going the whole route with the quaint advertisements and their knowledge base and stuff like that. And oh, they make a beautiful foot, but you know what? They're revealing the truth. And I'm pretty sure they that a lot of their stuff was David Landerville because David Landerville absolutely believed horse had to suffer. Horse had to be sore, horse had to suffer. No pain, no gain. That's how you build those muscles up in those feet. See? So now there's this group, these two girls, preferably hooves or some darn thing. And so they're doing that whole route, only they have got this whole teaching out on why it's normal for your horse to be sore after a trim. See, they have taken it a step further to where they're absolutely advocating that being sore is good. See, and if we were to look at the feet, even before they said that, we'd know that this is going on. And here's the thing about it is, because they're telling the truth, but explaining it away as a good thing, because that's the reasoning behind the real reasoning behind David Landerville. Okay, because they're doing that, then they will push this on people as the norm that these sore horses is a good thing. Isn't
Mm.
that terrible?
Yeah.
See?
It,
Uh,
it's never a good thing, but by the time you get to dealing with their feet from an anatomical understanding, you just know they're going to be sore, or not one trim is going to fix them.
well, but here's the thing. In a horse like this, yes. Under normal conditions, no. Okay? Shouldn't be that way. Once you start allowing those feet to grow, they should get progressively better in not if the feet are unwinding. You understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Oh, I get it.
Okay. Okay. See, yeah, you're going to wind up with a sore horse once in a while, either because you over trim or you trim something wrong, you trim too much or something like that, or because the horse has got problems to begin with and he was sore before you ever touched him. But
Yeah.
he shouldn't be sore because you trimmed him
I no.
afterwards. That's what I mean. You
I
know,
have found that actually at about 6 months,
uh-huh.
on Roscoe and the other girls I worked with back in California, at about the 6 month mark on most of the horses, they went from not wanting to run on their own
Yeah.
to being more than happy to run on their own. But
Yeah, see.
it took about 6 months. Lacey, she's still not real happy to run, but
Yeah.
she's got enough damage inside that hoof capsule. I don't know even if her feet became perfect with the tendon damage and stuff, if she'd actually want to run.
Yeah. And you can understand why horses aren't fully right. When you come to them, they aren't fully right. But
Hmm.
after each trim, they should not be sore. You know, and then like because see, this is the pattern. These trimmers come in, the horse recovered from their last trim, and then they trim them again, they're sore for another 2 weeks. I hear this story all the time. Okay.
Over and over.
All right, because what happens is they have damaged the foot, and then the foot goes into overdrive to try and heal itself and shore itself up to where it finally stabilizes. And so the horse, is feeling better. He is still going to have inflammation and soreness, but it may not be evident like it was after the trim. Well, then they come in and trim him again, and he's sore again. See, should not be that way. And so what they're doing is they're producing a foot. Like I've been trying to understand what it is that they're trying to do. They believe the horse should have a calloused sole. That is a sole that calluses don't exactly grow. Um, uh, uh, they don't have a sole that grows and multiplies and gets thicker and exfoliates. And I noticed this on David Landerville's horses that they affect these feet. Like, tell me about the sole in Lacey, how it grows. Are
Oh,
you
what do you
there?
mean? Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, her
In,
sole. How does it grow?
well,
Does it?
the lateral side where the heel is red, that side grows somewhat normally, except that whole area you're going through right now is all bar now. Back
Uh-huh.
then it wasn't, it was sole. And that side on her gets thick.
Okay.
The medial side here,
Uh-huh.
he actually doesn't have much sole at all, beyond the apex of the frog.
But do you
Behind,
find that her sole doesn't like okay, I know on Valor's feet, his sole really grows.
Hers
You
does
know?
not. Chester
Yeah.
or Roscoe's does. Hers does not
Yeah.
grow.
What about Chester?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, okay.
He's
Crazy
got
soul growth, right?
he's got a lot of soul growth. He's got
Yep.
huge soul, huge frogs.
Yep.
And you know what's funny? His frogs don't really run forward. They grow
Yeah.
down. They don't
Yeah.
grow forward. Roscoe's and Lacey still grow forward
Mm-hmm.
significantly, but Chester's don't. They grow down.
Yeah. See, so because he's got a correct foot, okay, everything grows properly. And so on these barefoot horses where they say they've got a callous sole, that's just a sole that's quit growing because it's so compromised that it's exuded that
Yes,
yellow laminar serum into the whole thing, okay?
yes.
And so it doesn't really grow. It's there, it's just trying to hold the foot together and protect the foot.
Oh, so I see what you're trying to say. So when I trim Lacey, there is nothing normal about that sole.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. Even in the water, in the, the damp ground we have, it Chester's sole, it'll flake off.
Yeah.
It just comes off real easy. The dead stuff, it comes off. There is nothing normal about the way her hoof responds.
Yeah.
And I
And
don't actually often take a whole lot of sole because she's not got much.
yeah, she really
Um,
hasn't got that much, does she?
no, and what she does have is it's not true sole. Very little of
Yeah.
it. Just that area right where your pencil is, that's about the only area that has true sole.
Yeah. And and it's probably not even healthy like it's supposed to be,
No, it is not.
you know, um, because of the contraction of the heels, and the way the whole foot gets constricted and stuff, it really does affect the sole. And so what happens is when they're doing these barefoot trims and they're making what looks like beautiful feet, you never see a picture of them standing either. Have you ever noticed that? They always
Never.
take a picture of the foot up in the air.
You know what else I've noticed about Landerville's feet? And it was the case with Roscoe when I first started him.
Uh-huh.
They have a very thick. Now Lacey's has morphed into hoof wall. His was still clearly periopal skin, but it is super thick on the exterior of the entire foot. If you look at David Landerville's pictures,
Uh-huh.
all of
Say
his horses have that.
now, hold on again, because I got this other phone ringing, and I like, say that again.
Okay, so if you look at David Landerville's feet that he posts, he never shows them standing, but you can clearly see the covering on the hooves, all of them that he posts
Yeah.
are totally covered in periopal skin and a thick periopal skin.
Yep.
That's not normal.
Yeah. Yeah, the soles are always yellow.
And the Roscoe, when I first started trimming Roscoe, his hoof was covered, the sole, the wall, everything. The frog was covered in, especially the hoof wall, in a really thick periopal skin.
Uh-huh. Um,
Um, so much
uh,
so you almost couldn't even see the tubules
yeah.
because
Hold
they.
hold on a second. I got somebody at the door. You can go ahead and keep describing it if you want.
I'll see if I can find a picture.
Oh, hello. Sorry about that.
That's
Uh,
okay.
had the mailman at the door with some packages that I needed to sign for. Um, so,
I'm sending you some pictures
oh, okay,
um
great. I want
to
to,
show what I mean about the periopal skin.
okay.
Um,
I want to do an introduction and I want to read your one post there, one of the posts you wrote about this horse, okay? And then I'll look at those pictures. Let's
okay.
see, stop share. Okay, so go back to there. And then, okay, so I'm going to read this. Sharon was in California at a riding stable and she purchased this mare, and this is what she said.
Oh no, I was given that mare.
Oh, they gave her to you? Oh, okay.
Never look a never look a gift, always look a gift horse in the mouth.
In the feet. Better look them in the feet.
I don't know,
Don't.
the mouth really reflected the feet. The horse could not chew.
Oh, really?
She
Oh,
could not grind because she had a slanted jaw.
oh, and they never had her teeth done,
Never had her
probably.
teeth done that matched her feet.
Yeah.
It never
Hmm.
always look a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah. Says this picture is for my horsey friends who have shed tears with Lacey and me over the last 2.5 years. This is several years ago, I would say, this
I'm
post you did.
Yeah, I'm guessing 20 or 21, 21 probably.
Let's see if I got anything on properties when I put this in here. Well, this says
I
23.
bought her or I got
Oh,
her in 18. So
okay.
this was probably mid 2020,
Okay.
August 2020.
Okay. Says, I will do everything I can to help you heal. Yeah, this was a lesson horse. She's a faithful horse. How old was she when you got her?
11.
11. Oh, we'll see, right in her prime and pretty much done for because of her feet. And that is a human problem. What humans are taught and how they trim leads to this. But horses are stoic and they'll go along lame, uh, maybe not even totally looking lame, but they'll just start looking different, like they don't move as well, things like that. But finally, the day just comes when the trim that broke the horse's foot happens, and there you go. So, Sharon said, I will do everything to help you heal, starting with listening to your every word. Be patient with me. This whole horse language is brand new to me. I will search to understand what you are telling me. I will question everything someone tells me is your problem. I will bring that information to you and let you tell me if it's right. Last August, a vet diagnosed torn, active, and chronic deep digital flexor tendons. Well, I can see why. Because the tendon's doing all the work, you know, like the human Achilles tendons in both front feet due to bad farriery for a lifetime. She will never be sound, but she can be comfortable. If you can get her feet right, he said. She had been telling me something was very wrong with her feet as she was bilaterally lame. I took his challenge, and instead of finding another farrier, I found a brilliant researcher, not an academic. I didn't know that was in there. It's not why I'm reading this. Oh, it wouldn't be anyway. But a practical horseman who could teach me the anatomy of the equine foot so I could figure out how to restore Lacey's feet. She still has a long way to go yet, but in 10 months, not only have her feet expanded and changed, but her eyes are alive and warm. For those of you who see her regularly, you know the difference in her. This horse is registered in my heart as Warrior Princess Heart of Gold. She is the black and white one with her best friend. The second picture is when her shoes were removed in May 2018. The third picture is from October 2019. And the last professional trim, and the last professional trim. Last picture is from this week. You, my horsey friends, may understand. And boy, we sure do too. And so, you know, I really commend people like Sharon that take on these horses. I mean, Sharon wasn't even a horse person. What you
I'd never
started,
been around a horse in my life.
yeah, didn't you start this because you took your son over there to so he could have lessons?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But in some ways that's a real blessing because I had no training. I had no, my mind was completely open.
Yeah,
I had no indoctrination.
yeah. See, and so
All I
she,
all I had was listening to her.
yeah, and so she moved. Well, see, okay, so we met online, and she was, well, we're all learning to do the same thing, right? Try and restore these horses' feet, and then she told me that they're moving to Missouri. Unfortunately, not close enough to me, but she moved close enough to where I could go visit her. Well, when I found out she was moving to Missouri, my neighbor back here had this wild horse.
You what?
I
I said, right out.
oh,
Okay,
somebody's
where'd you
talking.
go? Oh, that one's it.
Oh,
Give
hold
her a
on,
look.
somebody's not
I want to
muted.
eat thing. It's one I
Just
haven't. But
gonna mute somebody.
they
Hold on.
come in. Just want to do.
Hold on, somebody's not muted and I can't find the thing. I can't find the Zoom page. Just a second.
Well, all right
Crying
then.
out loud.
Or if you don't have to come
Mute.
back. Well, have a good day.
Mute.
That's all I'm gonna say.
There we go.
Wednesday night, I have to the bus.
Okay.
But,
Does
well,
anybody see who's
apparently,
not
but I
unmuted?
didn't have you yet. Apparently, one.
Apparently,
I had administration come back here asking me about the appointment
it's
because
Devin.
apparently you filed a grievance because of an
Devin
appointment
is the
that was made.
culprit.
Did not.
I can't even find her
Frick is going on?
to
It's under
mute her.
Zoom
And I told
user.
Michaela, why would she
Huh?
file a grievance?
Zoom
She
user.
came back here to the nurse's office and handed me her cell phone to make this
Crying
appointment.
out
Zoom
loud. I
user.
can't.
Didn't talk to Hunter?
I don't see that on my thing. Oh, Zoom user. Okay.
Well, ask Michaela.
There we go. Okay. Back to the story. Okay. I'm just really not with it today because I'll tell you what happened to me. Okay, so I got this itch on my leg, and I thought this was 2 weeks ago, and I thought it was just chigger. Then it turned into this big giant bullseye, so I got bit by a freaking tick again. So I had to go get antibiotics. And so I've been kind of sick for 2 weeks. So I'm just not really with it, and I'm going to be kind of slow here. Okay, so back to the story. My neighbor has adopted several wild horses, and the last one he adopted was this gelding, and he was about 5 years old, and that horse had tremendous speed, and he also wound up having a breathing problem. And so he was just going to retire him out at this place out here. And so I got a hold of Sharon and asked her if she'd take him so he could so we could research his feet and have his feet with him still alive, because his feet for the first 2 years of his life developed out in the wilds of Nevada. He's an adopted wild horse. And so he just had these really tremendous feet. And she couldn't come for like a year, but she bought the horse and she paid Claude to feed him and stuff. And then I would go over and trim him. And so besides then moving and bringing not being a horse person, okay, you don't even, when's the last time you rode a horse, Sharon?
I've never ridden a horse.
There, see you go. Okay. But she wanted to help this horse, and she wanted her to have a friend, and she wanted to have, so she brought brought Lacey and Roscoe from California, and she bought Chester and stuff. And we've learned a lot from Chester's feet, you know, and stuff like that. So she's, I think you're a really wonderful person with tremendous heart. And plus, she's got all this scientific background and stuff like that to be able to see things. And it's been really great having a relationship with her and just seeing the kind of person she is, that she would take on these animals the way that she has. And learning to trim, you know, no easy feat, believe me.
Linda, I still say Chester would much rather have you trim his feet than me.
I still am going to come up there one of these days.
Okay.
It just been
You
one
don't
thing
have to
after
trim
the
his feet.
next
You
here.
can shake your head at me, say, Sharon, what are you doing?
I'm sure he's fine. Okay, so now let me get back to the picture here. Okay, so that was Lacey. And then she brought Lacey and Roscoe with her. And then Chester wound up there with her. And so anyway, so she's been working to try and help this mare. I mean, what do you do? Look at that. You know, we know that their their hoof capsule is supposed to be wider than their cartilage, you know. But now at least we understand way more. I understand way more now of like in 2019 and stuff like that. That's for sure. So that was awesome. And learned a lot from Chester. So at the time, I did not know that. Let me go to Chester's file. See, if you sent me some pictures. Let's look at those first.
Oh,
Hold
these
on.
are just, we were talking about periopal. The ones I sent you are Roscoe's feet, two from
Okay,
when I started on his feet in 2020 and
okay.
recent trim on him, just a lateral view, nothing fast, fantastic. But the one thing, if you look at all of David Landerville's feet,
Mm-hmm.
they all look like Chester's from Roscoe's from 2020
Oh, really?
with with regards to that thick periopal skin on the outside of the hoof wall.
Well, um, uh, let's see. You might have sent it to my other messenger. Let me send you a message. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if changing Facebook page was the best thing or not, but I just had to get untangled from worldly world, all the stuff going on in the world. You know, I'm a way over opinionated person, and I was just really watching a lot of stuff that was not good, and I was getting really negative, and so I just want to get totally out of there, and just nothing. I just maybe do a sweet little dog video on occasion, but nothing but hooves. I'm going to post pictures of hooves, pretty much. That's it. You know, I don't want to be involved in none of the crap going on in the world. Uh, it's gonna be there. It ain't going nowhere. That's for darn sure.
No, it's
Um,
not.
just SNDR. Are you friends with me on that page?
I just use your regular account.
God dang, I can't even remember how to spell your name. I'm really having a bad time today.
That's okay. I just sent it to the one we'd always communicated on.
Oh,
The Facebook.
okay. I can't get on there
Oh, okay.
right now, so I'm just gonna send a hi to you.
Okay.
Okay,
I got it.
till I figure out how to get my original messenger back.
Let me resend these pictures.
See, the algorithms are such that Facebook will feed you all the garbage you've been looking at. More
Oh,
of it and more of
absolutely.
it and more of it. And so I had to get off that page because anytime I got on there on the news feed, it was showing me stuff I didn't want to look at, you know. Yeah. Don't want to look at no more. Don't want to talk about it. Whatever happens, let the world do their thing. I got this one deal, Hooves, that I want to help people with. That's it. You know, can't do nothing about other stuff.
Okay, I'm just sending a couple pictures
Okay.
and then I haven't sent them yet, but
Okay. In the meanwhile, we were talking about something about how you talked about how the foot got crushed up in there.
yeah.
Let me share this. Okay. When I was doing a video on okay, like the foot on the right is a mare, quarter horse mare, whose foot was bound as bad or close to as bad as Lacey's. And then this horse, this is Lana. She belonged to Holly Burns, and Holly trimmed her for a good 4 or 5 years, decontracting her feet, and she was sound. She got in a trailer accident. Not that the trailer got wrecked, but something happened coming in or out of the trailer that injured her so bad that she had to be put down. And so Holly sent me the feet. Now, I have been noticing and wondering on Valor as I started to correct these frogs and the foot started to unbind, it looked like the frog chlorium was plumping. You know what I'm saying? Clumping out. And I've got pictures of it. And so, like, you know, you can look at all these feet and you can look at them. You learn from them each time you look at them because you're going to notice things you didn't notice last time. Like I've looked at these feet before, but some I didn't notice. And then what happens is all these little pieces just fit together, clink, 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 and you get this understanding. And so this understanding I have come to is just what you were saying, that that's when you trim the heels out and force frog pressure, it pushes the frog up, the frog itself up into the foot and deforms it. And and so what I realized in looking at these feet was that here's an example of a frog that never got crushed and pushed up into the foot. I mean, look at that. Look at how plump. I mean, they have the foot itself. This is the frog of the foot. This is what it's supposed to be like. And if you look at this frog here, you see how smashed and deformed it is. It would just be a smaller version of this right here. See? And I thought that was pretty fascinating. You know, underneath here is cartilage and digital cushion, all on the other side of here. So like you were saying, you believe that the frog gets smashed up into the foot? Well, here's the proof, you know, right here. Because this frog here is supposed to look just like that one, only just a little smaller. Now, what was interesting too in comparing these feet were the measurements. The heels were the same, and so was the distance from the apex of the frog to the end of the sole corium. And look at the difference in size. And so I'm wondering about, but look at the size of the frog. Look at the difference in the size of the frog. Now,
Are those aren't from the same horse?
no,
No. Okay.
no, this is from a big standard bred horse right here.
Okay.
And this is from a paint mare, about a 15 something hand paint mare. And he was probably about 16 hands and he was huge. You know, he's just a big boy. But look at how interesting that is. Again, the heels are the same basic length from the hairline to the end of this heel right here, same length as this one over here. And from the apex of the frog to the end of the sulcurium the same length. You know, you might have a fraction of an inch difference, but not enough to say they're totally different. I think that's really interesting. I'd like to have a Shetland's, a smaller pony's foot, to measure this distance as well. But I think it's interesting that on the difference in this size of a horse, that that the difference in this size of a horse, that those measurements would be like that. You know. Okay, so now I'm gonna go. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so is this
That is
just,
a Roscoe.
wow, his feet look great.
Yeah, they're coming along.
Yeah, they
They're still
are.
pulled down and under a little bit, but
Yeah,
they have
but
come a long way.
yeah, wow, they do look good.
So
Yeah,
this is where I started with him in 2020, and the thick that periopal covering that entire hoof
yeah,
is so thick.
yep. Same thing
Um,
on all David Landerville's horses.
Same thing on all of David Land.
I am so glad you're here today. Well, I'd be glad regardless. But I am so glad you're here today because I've been wondering about that. And I was thinking of it, but not thinking of it in the same way. So you've helped me. I'm just thinking about how I would look at this horse's feet. And I know how trimming out the heels messes up the periopal. Okay. And you would see scaly periopal on his horse's feet, but now you have really solidified in my mind what's going on, that it is a thick layer of periopal on the foot.
Yeah,
See?
it's like that whole band that should be at the top
Yep.
descended the entire foot.
Mm-hmm.
There's no band at the top.
Okay, you're right. Look at that.
It's descended the entire foot.
Yeah, I'm gonna show people a picture of what we mean by no band at the top. That's really interesting. This is great. This is great because see, all these little things, stuff we're talking about, the sole, but this deal too. Oh, just a minute.
The other thing you can see on that foot is there is like the grid pattern that David Landerville always shows, the vertical tubules all in line and with the toe and the heel and then the horizontal growth rings. It's just a nice grid, right? All of that is very reminiscent of tact understanding. And his often, not always, but often his horizontal growth rings are parallel growing down, not all bent like some horses can be.
Yeah.
And I really think Roscoe's was kind of like that. And then it went through a phase of showing me it was bent.
Uh-huh.
But at this stage, the horizontal growth rings they're not all bent.
Yeah. Well, because they're curling
curled
around
in.
behind.
Right.
See? Like you can get the ones that bend down. Like let's see here. Okay. Look,
His bend down now,
yeah.
but
Well,
they didn't then.
yeah, because see, he grew heel in.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it grew heel in, and so that's new heel buttress growing in back there. See? But look at the difference in the quality of the hoof wall. See? That is the thing you'll see. When you start to restore these feet, now you can see his tubules bent here. And like you said, you can't here, but that's because they're wrapped around behind his foot. Like these horses, they'll either, the hairline either bend down, okay, or it'll just stay even and wrap around the foot, wrap around and in.
Right.
Like that. So this is really a great example of how that I didn't realize that, like in looking at these feet and seeing that scaly periopal over all the feet that he trims, okay, that he says are a success. I like looking at this, I've never seen actually how thick that periopal is till now.
Oh, his was thick. Lacey
Yeah.
became hoof wall.
See, that blows my mind. Um, this is awesome. This is an awesome thing to learn right here. Because, see, you get one step closer. The more understanding we have, maybe someday that'll be able to combat this false understanding that's being promoted all over the world.
Yep.
Well, and here's the thing. And you have these farriers with these drum sanders sanding all that off. See, so that you can't see it.
You can't see it and destabilizing the foot even more.
Yep. Yep.
Because whether I like it there or not, it's serving its function. His
Oh,
body
yeah.
put it there for a reason.
Yeah. 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 That's really amazing. I mean, and wow, look on the other foot there too. Just thick, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. These are great pictures.
That was the last farrier's trim before I took over.
Yeah.
And you can, she did rasp off some of it.
Yeah. Yep. Good old dressing stuff down, trying to make it look undeformed when it's deformed. You know, that's why they got to trim so often. Because, man, those things start growing out and they start growing into the monstrosities they've been made. Like, this is terrible. This is terrible. Was this when you were still in California?
Yeah, so the previous picture is February of 22. I think that's February of 2020.
Okay.
And then the next one is just April or May of 20.
Okay. So February, March, April. So
That's
even there, you were letting some heel grow, whereas they were pretty much trimming it down over here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's only about 2 or 3 months. I think that might have even been my first trim.
Uh-huh.
And I was just starting to try to figure out how to do it myself.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's pretty awesome what you see here. You know, and
quality is totally different.
oh man, the hoof wall quality. Yeah. I mean, if that just don't tell you something, you know, that's I'm gonna take a I'm gonna save that image. Let's see, where am I at? I'm at, okay, just a second here.
So Lacey's feet, all that thick periopal, when I first uh started really not trusting anybody that was doing her feet,
Uh-huh.
trying to figure out myself, I give her a bath and scrub her feet so I could get good pictures of them. And
Uh-huh.
um, her whole foot would just slough off. I
Wow.
mean, not her whole foot, but the whole top layer, it looked like cottage cheese. And it
Uh-huh.
would just slough off whenever she got her feet wet. For a long time, I did not get her feet wet because there wasn't much there. I tried to keep them as dry as I could early. Now they can have all the water they want.
See, I did this experiment with my pony a number of years ago, you know, because she's chronically foundered. And so I was starting to see that something was binding these feet. And so I wrapped her feet in, I made this concoction. Like I tried to figure out what they put in stuff. Uh, you know that stuff you get for your hands that'll exfoliate the dead skin off your hands. And so I made this concoction and then I soaked these rags in it. And then I put the rags over her feet and then I wrapped it. I got one of those, oh, those plastic spool things that you can wrap stuff with, that they wrap hooves with, glue on hoofs with and stuff like that. And I left that on her for 2 days. And when I took it off, the periopal skin came off like butter,
Mm-hmm.
or like cornmeal
Mm-hmm.
or something like that. I mean, it just wiped off the whole hoof capsule.
Yep.
So is that what you would find on Lacey? Just that?
Not anymore, but
No,
yes.
but back then,
Yes.
wow. See now you have been telling me for a long time that hoof wall was periopal, okay? And I was having a difficulty with that.
I know you were.
Go, I'm confessing now. I was having difficulty with that, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But I just wasn't, only reason because I wasn't understanding or seeing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you were. But now, yeah, I can see fully well how that can be, you know, and stuff. That's really, really interesting and good to know.
I have not, somebody posted a picture of their horse's foot, just of one heel, blow up of one heel. And for me, it was the first time I'd ever seen a foot that kind of even looked like Lacey's.
Really?
Yeah.
Was
And
that on the group?
yeah, on the group. And it just kind of blew my mind because I have searched. I look all over for feet that remind me of hers, and I have
Yeah.
not found one. And I will be honest, I've been hesitant to do some of the things on her feet that you've suggested.
I
Like
don't blame you
I have
there.
I have tried notching at her medial foot,
Uh-huh.
the one that hasn't had any bars, so to speak of, or at
Yeah.
least, I mean, sure, she has a bar corium, but it's smothered.
Covered over. Yeah.
Yeah. And she whenever I would put a notch in, everything just continued to
Fall
run
apart.
further forward.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That makes
I've just
sense too.
it just keeps crushing more forward because there's nothing to hold it up.
Yeah. Well, and you know, uh I think I may have gotten carried away there on this dressing down bar wall as well, you know, uh
Mhm.
um on my last trim with Valor because I was having such good results, you know, that I may have thinned them bars down a little bit too much.
Mhm.
See? So that his problem may not have been, he's doing great now, okay? But his problem may not have been possum poop, put it
Yeah.
bluntly. May have been me, you
Right.
know. Um, I don't know for sure because I mean, because that doesn't explain why his back legs were being weirded out. Because I didn't do anything like that to them, okay? But on his
So
front feet,
was he? I missed that. Was he diagnosed with EPM?
well, I was kind of doing, I'm a self-diagnoser, right? And so he just is walking weird as all get out and acting even weirder. And so I just started, and I was like wondering why. At first, I just thought, oh, wow, I must have way over trimmed him. I had not done that in so many years to where I trimmed him and he was tender or sore at all. And so I thought, well, I must maybe I did do that. And so I was kind of waiting for him to come out of it. And but he didn't. And he was walking weird with his hind legs like he was uncoordinated,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And then I realized, see, I had been feeding him on the ground. And it was so rainy around here, and I mean, so many bad things going on. And so I thought, well, maybe he picked up some possum poop. I mean, we do
Yeah.
have possums around here and stuff, or who knows? Uh, but it could have been a combination of both as well. That he did get some EPM and that I did kind of over trim his front feet. Um, like I said, I haven't done that for years and years. And so I was really surprised to see that he was having problems.
Hmm.
But the thing about it was he was totally uncoordinated in his rear end. And that's a sign of that,
Right.
you know. Um, so I just started giving him ivermectin every 5 days, and he started coming out of it.
Hmm.
So, you know, they say that ivermectin is not approved for that, for the treatment for that, but the thing about it is, uh, I didn't even want to put him in a trailer because I didn't know if he could stand up
Right.
for the trailer ride, and I can't get anybody here. So he may have had it, he may have not. I think I did too much in that last trim regardless, because
Yeah.
his feet were coming along so well and I was so zealous, and stuff. And so I know not to do that again. And it seems like for me, often learn after the fact. You know what I mean? I do something and then go, oh, shouldn't have done that.
Every good experimentalist is like that.
Poor animals. But I think we do need to, well, there's this like balance in trimming those bars so that foot can expand and then take it too much so that the foot collapses,
Yeah.
you know.
Yep.
And it was that last deal hoof chat that we had on a buttress, a flying buttress, and how it works. Well, I trimmed away a lot of that flying buttress the week before. See, and then I learned about a flying buttress, and I'm like, well, you idiot, you know. But
Right.
he's doing real good now. But this can be so hard because you're trying to do your best. This is research. Okay. This isn't well, we got a method and this is it. You know, you know, pretty much we're closer than anybody's ever been to knowing what the true foot of the horse is anatomically and structurally. But then you have a horse who has been incorrectly trimmed for years and years, the whole understanding of getting of giving as much restoration to the horse as that foot will take,
Well,
while at the same time comfortable almost whole the whole time, because I'm just not going to go over this deal that I see him promoting now and to where, oh, well, your horse has to be sore so he can build up his digital cushion. No, that's a lie. That's a lie from the pit of hell. Oh, just a minute. Because at the same time, I've been learning a bunch about the digital cushion as well. Ideas that I've had for a while about it is fat. It is more fat than it is fibrocartilage. The reason they think it's fibrocartilage is because adipose tissue, when it gets damaged, develops fibrocartilage. How about that? And so all they've ever looked at is damaged feet. And so they look at the digital cushion and they see all this. Well, you can tell, okay? I've been looking at the pictures they're looking at, okay? And it develops what's called oil cysts, and it develops what is it? Well, fibrocartilage. It develops cartilage in it from the damage, and it makes it stiffer. And so you would think, well, stiffer would be good. Well, how is a stiffer cushion good? Think about it. You don't want a cushion to be stiff and hard. Um, the way it works is that digital cushion is fat. It is adipose tissue. It may have some fiber in it, yes, but it is not supposed to be full of fibrocartilage. That is how adipose tissue gets damaged. And then it can become necrotic as well. And so the way that is supposed to work is that once that frog and those heels and everything are grown in perfectly underneath that digital cushion and supporting and pushing it up exactly where it's supposed to be, then that's when it works properly. That's when it becomes the true digital cushion. That's when it becomes, like I noticed on Valor, the more the frog gets into place, the firmer you feel that area behind the foot where the digital cushion is. Not because the digital cushion is developing, but because the digital cushion is being pushed up and pressured out into the space that it's supposed to be in. See? And so, but wouldn't that figure, you know how everything is back asswards with these people? With these academics and everything else. Everything is the opposite of the way it truly is. And so wouldn't it just figure that here they have been looking at nothing but damaged digital cushions for years. And so now they're teaching it that that's the norm and that that's how these digital cushions build up. And do you know that on a foal that there's almost no fibrocartilage in their adipose tissue? And this horse that I did, this horse that I trimmed a while back that I got the feed off of because he died of colic. Okay, well, he had to be put down. Anyway, I had trimmed him. Well, let me go to a picture here. I got on my Facebook page. Just a second. Because I want to show you those feet. So hold on here. Yeah, see,
Oh, Linda.
yeah. Yes, anonymous. Are you there? Hello? Yep. Anyway, let me go to this picture here. Got to find myself. Oh, that's not me. You are screen sharing. Let's see if I'm sharing in the right spot. Yes, I am. Okay. Okay, let me close this down here. Okay. These 2 feet, this is the same foot. Okay, this horse probably had as close to having a perfect foot when I started trimming him as a horse could have. Now, I know that after the fact. Okay, I know that for 8 months, I took his heels down to the base of the frog and then it pulled the whole back of his foot down like this because it's supposed to be up like this. Here, let me copy this image, see if I can open it in Paint. Hold on. Well, it's doing that. I'm surprised. Hold on. Let me I'm spacing out. I don't know what I'm doing. Just a minute. Got to change share. There we go. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to enlarge this picture so that they're the same size. So let's see, resize. Okay. Okay. Hold on. What is going on? There we go. Okay, so story on this foot. I'm trimming the heels out of this horse, not realizing it, still doing barefoot trimming, and for 8 months, trimming him about every 4 or 5 weeks. His foot, let me get a marking pin here. Do red. Get out of my way. Okay, so gradually over time, as you keep trimming the heels back to the base of the frog, lowering the heels, it pulls the back of the coronary band down like so, like that. Okay, hold on a second. Somebody at the door again. Be right back.
What? I don't even know. Let me look.
Mom said you. Nobody. He's like, you know, this people out there.
Well, I don't know, but I hate all that.
Bracy. Now I want to say that you're in trouble.
No, I need to go back to dance stuff. But you're not.
Oh,
What?
so you gonna like that was for me?
Wait, I'll be right stuff down. Oh, it sounds like they are dancing.
Jordan, the painting creator,
Okay.
all was about painting creator. Some the painting creator.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Devin must be unmuted again.
I think I probably
got
just need one.
To find her and
Some scalp.
mute her. If I can find her. Let's see here. Stop share. Okay, there we go. Where you at there, Devin? I can't Zoom user. There we go.
I'm not passing any minutes at the moment. I'm trying to.
There we go. Okay, got her muted again. Okay, so let's go back to this picture. Just a minute here. Share. Color and paint. Because I tried to make these what they would be about the same size. Now, this coronary band, as we know, is not supposed to be pulled down like that, because then what's going to happen? Well, look how it bends. Your heel buttress is now going to be growing like this. You want to know why horses have run forward heels? Well, there you go. Okay, why? Because the back of the foot, okay, this is the same foot a couple days later after the capsule was taken off, and the cartilage moved back up to where the cartilage wanted to be, because that foot had not been that mistrimmed for so long to where the cartilage was permanently deformed, or whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to show you the back of the foot here. There's the heel. Let me see, your heel is right here. Okay, so how would the heel buttress grow from here? Like so. See that? So at the time when I took these pictures, I didn't understand what was going on. It wasn't for several years when I looked at this picture together like this again, and I had learned about how the foot can be bound and compressed into a smaller capsule and all that, that then I looked at it one day and I realized what had happened. I realized that my trimming had pulled the whole back of this foot down like that and was gradually trimming the heels out and deforming the whole back of the foot and the cartilage. I mean, look at the cartilage up here. See how it, let me get a different color here. We'll use green. Look at the cartilage here, pulling it down behind. Okay, now look at the difference in the cartilage here. See how it's defined? So what happened was the foot returned to the
Where's your
position.
mouse?
What?
Where's your mouse?
My mouse right here.
Because I couldn't see where it was pointing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to have a bigger mouse pointer. I don't know what happened there. Oh, well, this is paint. That's why. So I'll just put a little arrow there. Okay. Okay, so anyway,
Okay, thank you.
okay, so this is the foot that I took out of the capsule, and then 3-4 days later, this is the foot I went back to take pictures of, and not knowing that it had changed shape, I took the frog that I had taken out of the capsule. See, I have got this frog right here. I took this frog off of this, the shape of this foot right here. And so then I put the frog down and I set this foot on it. And I remember thinking at the time, why doesn't the foot fit on the frog anymore? Or vice versa. Why doesn't the frog fit the foot anymore? I couldn't understand what was going on. But then years later, I'm looking at these pictures and then I understood. See, because what happens is, as you are trimming out the heels and as the back of the foot is deforming, so you not only have the coronary band that was up here being pulled gradually down like this. Well, the frog corium. Here's the frog corium right here. Well, we'll make it green. Here's the frog corium right here. Right in here is where well, no, wait. That's the side of the frog right there. Okay, so this is the frog corium. And so that is being pulled down and pushed forward as well. As well, where your heel buttress is growing, it's being, pushed, it's being pulled down and pushed forward. Your heel here is being shoved up that way, forward and up, so that it's going to be flat, so that you don't have a defined heel. And so this is going to push this frog down and forward, and it's going to be crushed up into the foot like Holly's horse Lana in the foot that we were looking at earlier, along with the standardbred. Okay, so as this is happening, let's see, we've got green. I need green. As this is happening, the frog that grows from this frog corium. Okay, here's your real frog. This is actually the frog. Okay, this is the frog padding. All right. So the frog padding that grows from this frog that is being deformed is also being pulled down and pushed forward and distorted. And as this is growing like this, it's also growing in that shape. Like originally this frog would have been up behind a foot here, but gradually it's being worn off, trimmed off, whatever, pulled under the foot. And as it's doing so, it is also growing in that shape. See? So this part of the frog here is now bent. See? as this was coming down, as this was being pulled down, it pulled down here, it was being pushed forward, and the frog padding was bent up into the foot like that. See, this guy had a super thick frog, had a huge frog stay. And so the whole frog is being bent up into his foot. And so that's why, and you see here, okay, so let's look at this. So right here is where the periopal band, let me thicken that up. This is where the periopal band would be. Okay, you're seeing it pretty straight. Now this part is distorted somewhat too, but anyway, so here's your periopal band down here. It's supposed to be growing right here, but here's where it was growing from, right here, the deformed back of the foot. And so that whole frog taken off of there was deformed. So when the foot went back into shape and I set it on that frog, it didn't fit the frog because the foot was no longer deformed and distorted like it was over here. And this is why we have to trim the frogs. This is why young horses, you have to trim those frogs. You know, make sure they're getting trimmed good and exfoliated good so that as the horse's foot grows, the frog can expand with him and the frog will not hold the foot under. So you could have the heels bound by being over trimmed, but then if you never get to the frog like you should, you could actually release a lot of the heel and grow straighter heels, but still be bound in the very center of the foot by the frog. Right there. And so these feet are like a Rubik's Cube. Let's see. So you have a Rubik's Cube, you got each heel, you know, like so. Each heel is independent. And then the frog, like this. Okay. Anything past here where the coffin bone is, all right, all of this is three independent movable parts. So you could have one heel pulled down and forward. You could have one heel jammed up and back. You could have, and most of the time you have the frog pulled and sucked down under the foot and bound there by old dead frog. And especially by an incorrectly placed frog stay. Look at where this frog is here. Okay, on the other side of that is the frog stay. Okay, wherever that grows is where it's going to hold that foot there. So you have to learn to really clean out where they call it the central sulcus, but we know that it's really in the back of the foot. So yeah, it's like a Rubik's Cube. You know, you're dealing with three movable parts there that control this whole part of the foot. There. Okay. Let me undo this. So that digital cushion is up high. It's all up in the back of that foot. And when it gets distorted and deformed like that, it's getting pressure it was never meant to have. It's getting damage. And so that's when it develops fibrocartilage, too much fibrocartilage, and oil cysts. Let me undo this here. Let's see. Okay. Can look at some digital cushion. Clear all drawings. Oh, see, I'm not annotating. I'm drawing on paint. So I couldn't figure out Why can't I clear all that off? Let's see here. Well, because dummy, you're not on annotate for Zoom. You're on paint for paint. Let me undo all that. There we go. Okay. So that has been the frogs. That has been a big problem. That has been a big problem for why we have been unable to unbind a lot of these feet. Because when this area here, where the frog stay grows, I mean, the more we look at this, the more we can see how deformed this frog here was, how it was pushed up into the foot. Let's look at some of the pictures. See, now this foot had such nicely defined heels. This foot, the coffin bone, the heels, there was no distortion on this foot at all. You know, because look, here's the thing. So you're doing hoof studies, and all you ever have are feet that have been damaged by the way we trim and shoe. And so you take the hoof capsule off, and you think this is the way the foot is supposed to be. You're looking at the frog, you're looking at, when actually this is deformed. Well, because it has been damaged here, it has damaged it internally. It has damaged the internal digital cushion. And so, see, I just started looking up all these things like uh, uh, about adipose tissue. For some reason, it all makes sense, and adipose tissue is all dealt with in a certain way, and every animal has it in its foot. But when it comes to the horse, they think it's supposed to have all this fibrocartilage in it. Why do they think that? Because all they've ever looked at in digital cushions are feet like this. So I got all these feet out here now that are self-trimmed that have frogs like this. Had an amazing frog growing from it. And I'm really looking forward to getting in and seeing the reality of the digital cushion in these horses now that I understand what the damage is to adipose tissue. And what I'm saying is that I think that in their research, okay, we're going to take Dr. Boker, okay, and all he thinks he knows. Okay, he looks at these super damaged digital cushions and he don't even recognize that they're deformed and damaged. And then he makes determinations and interpretations based on a digital cushion that has been damaged and deformed, and he don't even know it. And in the barefoot movement, they'll show you a horse with no heels with a damaged and distorted digital cushion, and they don't even know that. They'll say, this is a healthy digital cushion. I'll show you an example. Just a second here.
Linda, hi,
Yeah.
this is Elena from
Hi.
Hungary. I just
Hi.
wanted to ask you in relation to the damage done to the digital cushion and adipose tissue. How would they describe it? Because there is a scarring and there is another one that creates. Because I was talking in Hungarian, the word jumped out of my head, in English. That creates, when there is a damage, it creates the granular kind of substance. What is it called? So I'm just curious, physically, how the damage described in medical terms.
Well, it'll get oil cysts. It'll also get if I remember right, ossified, almost bone-like, and then it develops this fiber
So it's
cartilage in it.
fibrous. Would you say it's a fibrous tissue?
Yeah.
Fibrosis. Okay.
Yes.
Great.
That is the word.
Great, because it's quite important, because I was talking about fibrosis versus scarring yesterday. And I just want to mention it so I will not forget, and I can watch it back and then do my research and come back to you with my thoughts.
That'll be great. I would love that.
Okay,
I would
thank
love
you
that.
guys. Sorry
Let's
for
see here.
interfering.
So, no, please, anybody and everybody, speak up whenever you have a thought. Don't just let me ramble on, okay? Okay, so let me get this on here. All right, so okay, so first we're gonna look at this one here. Let me make sure I'm sharing that one. Okay, we'll do there. Okay, so here is our wild horse foot that had the heels worn out, and they will look at this and they will look at all these fibers in here, and they'll say, well, that's a healthy digital cushion. And they look at this right here and they say, well, that's a healthy digital cushion. Of course, they're not looking, last week I showed how the coffin bone on this horse is deformed because of how the hoof capsule is distorted, how this hairline here should be up here. And this frog piece that's clear down here should be clear up here. And if it was up there, it would push this whole digital cushion up into the shape and form that it's supposed to be at. And so this frog corium, we just, it's hard to imagine, but this is actually supposed to be plumped out. Instead, it's been crushed up into the foot. And so I just want to mark this coffin bone so you can see how deformed it is. First of all, they're not supposed to be curved up like that. And then there's a chunk out of it right here, like that. And then it goes like this. And then they're not supposed to be curved like this either when you see them in this type of section. They do not look like that. This is distortion and deformation from how the whole back of this foot was. I showed you in that other one how the frog gets forced forward. So the whole frog is forced forward under this part of the foot where it shouldn't be. And so it's created a situation to where it's pushing up here, forcing this toe up, and so it's created this deformed coffin bone. Because if it was correctly formed, it would be more like this. It would be like this. See there? That is more the way a healthy coffin bone is. Let's see here. Now, I looked at this foot for years and years and only noticed in the last 6 months that the coffin bone itself was damaged and deformed. But I had seen for a long time this digital cushion here. This is not the way they're shaped, people. That is not the way they're shaped. That is forced into that position by the overwearing of the heels. And of course, this is a rear foot. And so the hairline that is here is supposed to be up here. And the frog that is here is supposed to be clear up here. That's how the frog is supposed to be. And so if this frog was pushed and grown up where it's supposed to be, it's going to hold the digital cushion up in a shape similar to this. Right here, in the center. So, see, like Bracy Clark, what did he say about the eye gets used to deformity and does not perceive it, especially when you don't know what the real foot is to begin with. Then you can look at a deformed foot and you wouldn't even know it. He said the eye gets used to deformity and does not perceive it. He said he didn't say the word fact. Can't remember exactly how he said it. But this fact or whatever deceived me. And it embarrassed him and deceived him in all his first experiments, as also it did his predecessors. In other words, they're all deformed. They're all studying deformed feet, and they think it's the true anatomy, the true foot, but the inside of the foot has been deformed.
Linda,
Yeah.
question.
Okay.
That frog isn't frog,
Oh, you think this is periopal?
guaranteed, based
Oh,
on what
yeah.
that hairline is.
Yep. Yep. You're right.
It's so thin.
Yeah. There ain't no frog there.
There is no frog there.
Yep.
And you can even see it blending into the sole
Yeah.
all the way up at the top or at the
Yep.
apex, but I don't even think the corium is growing that.
Yeah, probably not because uh we've already seen uh how they thought that periopal that we've seen a lot of frogs now that had periopal grown over the whole thing.
Yes.
So you're right. Yeah.
Linda,
Yeah.
so if we looked at that foot at the sole view, would you see a frog that was stretched out to the toe?
Let's look and see. I can't remember. Let's look and see. Hold on here, because I've got a whole bunch more examples of digital cushions here. Let me go find, um, uh, let's see. Let me put this picture up here. And, okay, so, this foot in the bottom, right corner, this is a foot that is in some barefoot class somewhere.
New share?
Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, this is a foot that is in some barefoot class somewhere. And they're saying of it, two, dissection of an excellent hoof. Note the hairline at the heel. See it down there? So low. Okay, now I wrote that on there. I put stretched and torn digital cushion. And look where the frog is on this one. Look how the bulb is pulled clear under the foot. And so, of course, this is where the frog should be, but that's probably not frog. You know, it's probably periopal. It's grown over the whole thing. Um, so uh by this time, you know, they're dissecting horses they've been barefoot trimming, right? So here is a wild horse right here. Um, just a minute here. Here's where the digital cushion is. It's under here. And of course, this is right in the center of the foot. That would be the basic shape of it right there. And then the frog is clear up here. And the hairline is right here, not down here. And so this big, huge, this is real frog here. And this is a wild horse, one of the few wild horses that we have. So that would be the frog. And just the difference in just a minute here. Trying to figure out how to do this. Let me undo this.
Linda, this explains to me something that I have been looking at in the sagittal cuts of these feet for a long time that have been driving me insane.
What's
I've
that?
never understood on the bottom right. That does not look right to me with the frog going up
Yeah.
at the coffin bone.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the coffin bone. That has never looked right to me.
Yep.
Compared to the upper one where it's straight across. It has grown from the corium down.
Yeah, it's like,
And
well,
every sagittal view I have ever seen is similar to the bottom one. With that frog growing up into the coffin bone.
yeah, because all this is pushed the frog forward and into the base of the bone there. And what I noticed too is it seems to pinch the actual bone. You can see from this why pinching this up this way
Yes.
and pushing it up against here would deform this coffin bone into the very shape that we're seeing on the other one. you know?
the beauty of all of this in some ways though is bone can be remodeled,
Remodeled back.
remodeled back.
Yeah, I believe that.
It
Whatever
takes a
isn't
lot of
worn
time.
away. Yeah.
Most of the horses will probably die of old age, but it takes about 5 years for bone to remodel. So
See,
every trim you do to loosen the distortion, you're giving that horse an opportunity to heal
mhm.
on the inside from the bones on.
Yeah. Yeah, you got me looking at it now, at that frog, the way that's pushed forward. I've been thinking about that as well. And so over
Okay,
here, oh, go
look,
ahead. What?
Linda, see the two areas I circled just a little while ago?
Yeah.
That little extra bone growth?
Well, that's
That,
the navicular bone.
yes, I know, but it looks a little bit more deformed than the wild
Yes,
Mustang's
it does.
hoof.
Yes, it does. And that probably wasn't even a wild Mustang. That was probably a domestic horse that somebody barefoot trimmed they finally put down,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yep.
and stuff. But yeah, you're right. You're right. It looks damaged. It doesn't look like it's fitting in there right at all. Now, the foot on the left, okay, is Molly, who was my mare that died in 2016, who I barefoot trimmed for 9 years and then had been restoring the heels on for 2 years. And so in this, you can see the true shape of the digital cushion in a sagittal section. Okay. Uh, let's see. Let me draw on that. Okay. So this is, let's see here. Okay, this is frog corium. This is the layer of the frog corium right here. And it comes clear up to here. And this is your bulb, or well, I'm not sure exactly. Okay, this is the frog corium where the frog stay grows. Right here. So there's no frog here growing from this. Right there. And then this is the true shape. Just a minute. This is the true shape of the digital cushion right here. And of course it's connected to that. It's not like it's separate.
How old was Molly when she died?
Sorry, I'm coughing. She was about 32.
Oh, she lived a long, good life.
She did. Other than the 10 years I tried to trim the feet out, poor thing. Okay. That is, it actually looks like a foot. Isn't that something? So this so this is not supposed to be, it's supposed to be a cushion for all of this here. And for the back of the pastern bone here, pressing down the pastern bone presses. Now this pastern bone here presses down onto this digital cushion. Now it's contained between those cartilages. So when it presses down onto this digital cushion, where does it push that fat? It pushes that fat to each side and forward and compresses it. Like, what would happen if I squeeze this part here? It's going to push down into this part and kind of plump it up, right? And so when the pastern bone descends down here, it pushes all this forward, which puts it under pressure and plumps it up right here where it needs the most cushion in this area, right under the this is okay. So there's your navicular bone. Here's all your joints, and here is your deep digital flexor tendon that goes right here. So that deep digital flexor tendon is right in here. Going up this way. So again, this joint presses down between the cartilages onto the digital cushion, which is fully 100% supposed to be supported up in place by the frog stay, which would be like this. See? This would be the frog right here. Big, strong frog holding this digital cushion up into place right here, so that when this pastern bone comes down, it's going to press everything forward and compress it so that it is all pushed forward, and this whole area here, okay, this whole area here is going to get even plumper. And so that all this here, the joint, the navicular bone, and the deep digital flexor tendon is all completely cushioned. See? So whatever alters this is going to cause damage. It's the foot will not function right. And so what I'm seeing on Valor is that as his frog is restored to the correct place and pushing the digital cushion back up where it's supposed to be, that it's compressing it in and loading it where it's supposed to be anatomically. And what I'm feeling is it's getting firmer, if that makes sense. Not because it's being built up, but because it's being supported up back where it is supposed to be. Because this whole part of the foot back here, all of this in the back of the foot has to have a correct frog and capsule to support it, because it has no support in and of itself. And it has to have the correct frog and heel buttresses and capsule in order to function the way it's supposed to. It cannot function correctly without the correct frog to support it up where it's supposed to be. Well, this is the understanding. Now, as we were sitting here, see these hoof chats, sitting here looking at this, okay, these are things I've been thinking about how this works. But in looking at this picture, okay, and thinking about how when this pastern descends onto that digital cushion and pushes it down, pushing it all forward and compressing it, uh, it puts it under pressure, okay, and there's nowhere for it to go, and so it makes it more dense and bouncy, you might say, and so it blows up the cushion for this part of the foot. Now, this is the first time I'm really looking at this part of the foot here and all these together and seeing how this works right down here to really fully function this area here. And let's see here. And so another thing. So what happens then when this piece here is literally forced down here? All of this here is distorted and deformed and forced into this shape here. Okay, after looking at what's correct here, let's go look at this other one again. Now that we've looked at that. Okay, so now we'll look at this one. So there's no real, it's not going to work correctly. It's just not going to work correctly. There's nothing there. First of all, when it hits that frog over here, that frog, you may be pushing down on it, but it is pushing up the whole time. Okay, so it is giving that full support back there. Okay, when the pastern bone comes down here, there's nothing there. You're not going to have any cushioning of this here. Your horse just going to bottom out. You know, all this is being even Molly's digital cushion looks healthier than this one. Her heels never were this well. Yeah, they may have been this bad, but I don't think her digital cushion was in as bad a shape as this one here at all. But anyway, okay, so uh uh so this also is her foot now. Her foot was deformed from barefoot trimming, but this part not didn't totally get deformed like what you see on that other foot there. Now this is the horse. This is the horse, the first pictures we started out at, where I said I trimmed that horse for 8 months, and I was trimming the heels out of him, and it was bending the whole back of the foot back down. Now this horse had the most fat digital cushion. I remember it. I remember being amazed at how it was so fatty, you know. And so I'm pretty sure he did not have a even though I've been in the process of pulling this down, it was not fully deformed and distorted yet. Looky there. There's the deep digital flexor tendon right there. So just taking a lot of pictures of digital cushions. I'm going to go back, trying to all this is old research, trying to figure this stuff out, like looking at these and wondering what's going on here with the digital cushions. Okay. Again, this is Molly right here. This is when I was figuring out here that this whole area was being pulled down. So this area right here, this is deformed and pulled clear down and under the foot. That's why you see this area right here in these feet. But on her, I had restored a lot of heel, as you can see. So it was more like this here. Okay, here we go. Now, if you start looking at sagittal sections and digital cushions, you start noticing they're all different kinds of shapes because they've been deformed and distorted. Like, look at the difference in this one and that one. And see, we know that this is not supposed to be pulled down like that. Look at how fibrous it is. See, that foot would not be working at all. The frog is pulled clear under the foot here. And then this one, look at how the frog has been pulled under the foot and bent up here. The whole frog corium has been deformed so that you actually have a piece of frog that bent and shoved up into the foot this way. And look, it's right under the navicular bone. It's right. How is there any cushioning there for this whole area? There is none. Let alone here, that's not going to work either. When that pastern bone comes down, it's just going to push this down. It's not going to take everything here and push it forward to make a fat cushion for this area of the foot. Okay, so those are I guess that's the same foot, but see how that's pointed up into the foot there? Not supposed to be like that. But these people who claim to be experts in anatomy, they're showing these feet all the time, and they don't even notice this, including Dr. Boker. Okay, I've watched a video of his a couple times, and that's on YouTube. And each time I watch it, I just get cringed out because this guy's supposed to be an expert. I started looking up words that he was using. He was wrongly using words to describe anatomical parts. And so he has these deformed digital cushions on there, and he's talking about them as if they're normal and stuff. They don't notice, they don't look. Okay, they don't see, but I guarantee you what you're going to find. You're going to find that after this hoof chat, oh, give it a week. This is going to be what they're studying and what they noticed. Yeah. I've already been seeing that happening. Like, what do we have? What did we study last week? Wild horse feet, the true foot of the horse. What's true foot of the horse? Wild horse foot. Went through a bunch of them. Ooh, next thing you know, you see certain people with little articles, certain people that want to make lots of money off other people, all of a sudden coming up with saying similar things. Say, why is that? Because they watch us and they copy us. That's why, but they're wanting to make money off people and tact is no charge,
They
Okay.
copy, they try to copy, but they miss little pieces of information, so they're actually misquoting and
Yep.
not getting it right.
Yep, that is exactly what they do. And it's no accident that they're coming. See, I've noticed this for a while. Okay, that boy, all of a sudden they're coming up with some little new study, and it's something we just discussed in Hoof Chat. Because I'm going to tell you, we got the truth. That's just bottom line. We may not have all the truth, but one thing we have done is gotten rid of a lot of falsehoods. See, in order to find the truth, you first have to get rid of the falsehoods. You have to get rid of the traditions. You have to get rid of the false beliefs. Like the belief that the horse is suspended magically from the lamina that they've been believing for 250 years, that came from Edward Coleman. Okay, that the horse is magically suspended from the lamina here. That's where it bears the weight. That's the biggest bunch of hooey ever. And so there's a whole history behind that. Why these farriers have been led to believe that over the last 250 years. And so they'll come out and they'll trim the sole out here to load the foot on the wall to transfer the weight to the sides of the foot to the lamina. They believe that the horse bears the weight right here on this sensitive skin, that it's like a spring. It's like they believe that is the suspension of the foot. But now look at her. Is anatomy supposed to be this different? Look at the white things going through there and the dark yellow. This probably has oil cysts because they're full of oil. It's adipose tissue. But this one, holy cow. But then look at that and they'll go, oh, look at all those fibers. It's so healthy. This is not healthy. That is not healthy. Let's see here. Okay, look at this one. Again, this is not what they're supposed to be shaped like. Now, what happens here? So you trim out the heels and the whole back of the foot and the frog is pulled down and the hairline and the digital cushion is deformed and not supported up where it's supposed to be. Well, then where's the cushioning under here? Really not there. But here you have a perfect example of what I talk about, how when you take this anatomy and you rearrange it and you shove it into a smaller capsule and all this anatomy is pushed forward into the navicular joint. Okay. Well, I call it the coffin joint, or it's all you got your navicular and your short pastern and your coffin bone. This whole joint configuration here, it pushes it. Let me annotate. It pushes it forward. Okay. All this pushing forward is pushing all this forward like that. Okay. So this can't go anywhere when it pushes it forward because there's a slight rotation that takes place here anyway. Okay. Then it rotates. Let me see here if I can. It rotates this bone here that was here. Okay. When it pushes that forward, it rotates it like this. See this toe, you see the toe right there? It should be right here. You see where it used to be? You see the shape of it where it used to be? You see the sole ridge shape there a little bit? Okay, so this coffin bone toe was right here. And so when that joint is pushed forward, it puts pressure on the bone to come back this way. That's just structural mechanics, people. Okay, do you understand how this happens now? I want you to think about this. Okay, your pastern is, this moves. These two pieces move. The pastern's meant to descend down that way. But instead, what happens is this whole joint gets forced forward this way. And as it does, then this coffin bone, oops, wait a minute. Oops, I've got messed up here. Hold on. This coffin bone is supposed to be here, is forced down this way, pressing back and against the sole. See how it came out of this position right here? See, it should have been right here. Instead, as that joint was pushed forward, it was forcing this back and down onto the sole right there. That's mechanical laminitis. That's how mechanical laminitis happens. That's the main way that mechanical laminitis happens. Because then you also have them trimming. Okay, so if they don't have any sole right under here enough, okay, then the bone is going to come back and it's going to drop through the sole right there. Meanwhile, though, not only is this rotation here in this joint being pushed forward that way, okay, not only is it forcing the bone back that way, it is forcing the wall here. Here's the wall, okay? It forces it forward. So there's this pressure where the wall is being pushed forward and the coffin joint or coffin bone here is being pressed backward. So you have this leverage and pressure going on of them pulling apart. And this all comes from the back of the foot, trimming the heels out, forcing the anatomy down and forward and in to a smaller unit to where it pushes this joint forward and then takes that coffin bone, forces it down like that, while at the same time taking the dorsal wall here and forcing it forward. Okay, so that is mechanical laminitis. And that's the whole foot, the whole toe of the foot being forced back, meaning the inner foot, the toe of the inner foot being forced back this way. That's why I say, if you can grow the heels and release the back of the foot and take the pressure off the back of the foot, then it will stop this whole scenario that's going on here and allow, it allow the joint to come back. Once the joint comes back, there should be no more tremendous pressure putting this separation on. Now, this is how a laminar wedge is developed as well, because and that's what you got here. You're getting a laminar wedge growing. And so let's see here. Let me think how to do this. Okay. Just a second here. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so here's the coffin bone, really. It's right here. See it? Right here, this coffin bone, and this toe right here. First of all, this toe should have been right here. Right there. So this area here, what happens as this pressure of the wall being pushed that way and the toe here being pushed down, it's pushed down onto the sole, and the pressure is this way. This is the structural pressure that's going on. This is really structural failure forced onto the foot. And so what's happening as this doesn't happen overnight. There's this gradual pressure of this being pushed back. You can see where there was a sole growing here, right? Well, it's growing another one here, right here, plus breaking off that one. Now, this also shows you how these coffin bones here, wait a minute, how these coffin bones can be, even with the wall connected, can be pushed back to be at a steeper angle. Like, let's say the wall never became disconnected because for some reason this coffin bone had such a tight connection and had a strong enough sole under it that it didn't form this laminar wedge. Now let's look at the laminar wedge here. Okay, so from where the coffin bone used to be, right here, and where it is now, we have this wedge shape. See that? And usually what that is composed of is the foot will reproduce the lamina of the hoof capsule to hold on to the sensitive tissues of the lamina of the inner foot. And so you can have separation like this, but there are cases as well where the wall and the coffin bone stay together and don't separate. And so what do you have happen there? Well, you just have a very steep dorsal wall. It's kind of the look of the draw for the horse. How good was their sole in being able to hold all this together? How tight a connection did they really have? One horse, his and the type of trim, the mechanics of the trim, different things like that. If the toe is allowed to get long, then there's more possibility of it separating and going that way, while this internal bone here is being forced back. Again, why is it being forced back? Because all this anatomy, all this in here that shouldn't be there like that, has been compressed and pushed forward into this joint, pushing it forward like that. And when it pushes the joint forward, it rotates the joint. It rotates. This is made to rotate. And what does it rotate? It rotates that foot right here down and back like this. And so then, yeah, you can get this separation of the wall. When you don't get it, that's when you have your one dead wild horse foot that wore its heels out, that had no heel and a very steep dorsal wall. That's how you get that. You can trim a horse into that. See, I found out that by really taking toes back, you could take these walls and you could move them back like this. Here, let me clear this out. See, I found this from rockering toes because when you're trimming the heels out, the toes shoot forward. Well, then the deal was, see, and that came from Gene Ovenick and different people as well, about you rocker the toe. It means you rasp the toe back behind the white line to get that toe to back up. And so that's probably the only reason I never trimmed Valor into mechanical laminitis, because I kept his toes really short. And so they never had the opportunity to get long, while the whole back of the foot was forcing the coffin bone down and back. Okay, I kept the toes short enough that the wall went with them. See, the wall went with them. So the wall would be like this, like, okay, here's your wall, and it should be connected to your coffin bone, which is right here now. Okay, but the coffin bone would have been right here. Okay, right there, connected in right there. So so what happens is, as all this, you're trimming out the back of the foot, and so it's pushing all this forward, and your toes are shooting out. So you're going to want to rocker your toe back here to keep shortening up your toe along with what's getting shortened up back here. And so what'll happen is that this dorsal wall here, let's see, how do I do this? Okay, so let's say this is the inside of the dorsal wall. You keep shortening that up. So as this coffin bone is being forced back, okay, you're keeping up with it like this. And so you wind up with a horse with a very steep dorsal wall, okay, and the coffin bone is still connected right there. And of course, you see the sole here. He's got sole. And then, so what's happening when I'm taking the back of this foot back here and pushing it forward this way, and I'm taking the front of this foot up here and forcing it that way, well, what else is happening? Well, this is happening. Just a minute here. Let me find the right thing. Well, it's getting an arch in it like that. You know what they call that, right? Concavity. You're creating a false concavity. And so they think this deformed foot is the true natural foot of the horse. Well, yeah, it's natural for a foot to develop like this when it's wearing the heels out. And the most of the time, a horse that's wearing its heels out in the desert is going to be wearing his toe down too. And so that foot will just start getting smaller and more compact, and then the periopal will take over and grow over the whole thing to hold it together. But this is how mechanical laminitis happens, and I would say that 99% of all laminitis cases are in truth mechanical, ultimately, and that they develop metabolic issues due to the deformation and damage going on in their adipose tissue fat of their foot, which is full of hormones that send messages to the brain telling the horse what kind of environment he's in. Like, we're trimming these horses' feet to be in a shape and condition that they would be in if they were starving. If they had to travel miles and miles for water and food every day. this is the kind of foot they would have. And of course, just a minute. This is kind of foot they would have. This here is that same wild horse foot. The only thing is the dorsal wall didn't hold on this one, and he got mechanical laminitis with the laminar wedge. See there? Okay, so I've explained that, what, 20 times here? Why did I do that? You know why I do that? So I can understand it better myself. See? Understand. Look here, Sharon, look where the frog is. Is that frog or is that just sole? No, I guess the frog ends here. Okay, I guess that's sole. It's got squished sole corium right there. I don't know. Uh-oh. Okay, so let me do that. Okay, here's another one. What happened here? Well, here's the thing. You don't have to totally now this ain't perfect here, but it's not as bad. Why do you have the same problem here as in the other foot when the frog isn't as bad and the digital cushion is in semi good shape? You have that because the farrier kept trimming the sole in the toe out to make the foot concave. And so he allowed the dorsal wall to get too long. And since there's no sole here, well, then the toe, there's nothing holding the toe up like that. So it just is mechanical. It's mechanical. There's nothing to hold this bone up in here. Because they've been paring the sole out in the toe for a long time. Oh, here's another one. Okay, so just different shape, digital cushion, a little bit back here, low hairline. But look at all the sole in the toe. See there? Let's draw that. Look at all this sole. Holy cow. Oh, I got that disappearing thing again. See there? Look at all that sole. That toe ain't going nowhere. And that dorsal wall, that's all going to hold together pretty darn good. So this in and of itself still has a whole low hairline, probably has some periopal frog, but all in all, because he's got a good toe and stuff like that, it really isn't put, and also the joint is not really hard pushed up forward, forcing the toe down. So this is all in all pretty good foot. Yeah, I got that disappearing deal going. Okay, so here's another digital cushion. Now again, this would have caused soreness right here. For whatever went down here, this frog still is not correct. It is still deforming the back of the foot here. And look at the white. Pretty sure that's periopal right there. And just the way this foot was forced, this frog shouldn't have ended right here. I don't know what's going on there, but one thing about it, again, look at the sole in the toe. It is the sole in the toe that is holding that coffin bone up right there. But this is still not correct anatomy. This area right here was bad, as obviously they knew because they put that there. Let's see. The point is all these different shapes, the digital cushion and what's going on with them. Again, what's happened here? Just a minute. There we go. Again, this is a good foot here. Pretty much. Let's see, let's make it larger. Okay, again, look at the convex sole. Now, see this what I told you about these soles. You have the convex sole ridge, which is right here. But then once you get to here, it goes concave. You see that? Concave. So convex. And right here, concave. But what has it done? Okay, what I say is that you develop your convex sole ridge here. And then I call this the bowl in the sole, or the concave part. And so then it will fill in back here, clear up to your frog, so that it will be the same length down here. See that? Same length, but you got, this is a great picture to really see. I'm gonna fill this in here. What your sole would look like on the bottom. Doesn't look concave, does it? This part of the sole is not concave. And notice the frog is not bent like the frog on that horse that I trimmed for 8 months, where the whole back of the foot was pulled down and bent under the foot. Okay, notice this frog. This is pretty good, gosh darn looking good frog there. Good frog stay.
I have a
Okay.
question.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, it's Tiffany. The coloration from black to white, would you say that that black is not the healthiest of frogs?
Right here?
Yeah. Yes.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll have just like, look up here. See, the pigment on the skin is what is causing the color. And so the pigment on the frog corium here also goes onto the corium of the sole. And so see how that's black? And then see how you got black streaks in the sole? Right there.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So the pigment on the skin determines the color, although we don't, well, see, now we got kind of a low hairline, so we might have a kind of a false foot here a little bit. But I'm just looking at the hairline, how the hairline should not be that low. So could still have a bound foot here, because ideally, actually, too, the frog stay should be up like this. See there? And it's not. It's got this little weird deal going on here where it goes up like that, but then it goes like that. That would not be anatomically correct. And so now, seeing the hairline down here, this could be a foot that was in the process of somebody trimming the heels out of it. That might have been a good foot, really good foot to begin with, or maybe it did just got, because here's another thing that happens. See, all these different things. So you have a horse that has a good, fat, thick frog. He's not going to get his heels trimmed out as much as one that doesn't. So his foot is going to distort and deform in a different way. And so we're looking here, we see low hairline, we see a deformed frog stay. Okay, because the frog stay is supposed to go up like that. And so we know that the heels were still being incorrectly trimmed in this horse, and it led to some internal foot distortion of the frog. Not sure. See, and we think about too. Okay, so Sharon, was that you talking about the frog being pushed forward, that you saw that and didn't think that was right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's pushed forward in this foot too.
Mm.
See, if they were trimming out these heels and pulling all this down and shoving this all forward, okay, it's going to force this frog forward and then up right here. See, I don't think they're supposed to be like that right there. That looks like it's been forced forward
Yeah.
too much, and look how it's kind of pushing the coffin bone up like that. So see, we're learning all these little things by doing these hoof chats and looking at these feet. I learn something every time I do this. Learn details. What's going on? Like when I was first looking at this foot, I'm looking at it and I'm saying, man, that's a good foot. And then when I was describing it and talking to you about it, I got back here and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I don't know about that. All right. Because I know from those really truly good wild feet that they got that and this one don't. But I just kind of passed it over because I was kind of just wanting it to be a good foot. You know what I mean? I'm just so dishonest. But it's just because I wasn't understanding, because there's things here that are telling me, well, wait, that's a good foot. Look at all this sole and blah, blah, blah. But then, what about this hairline? Something going on there. And what about this little area here? Something going on there. So sometimes it takes you looking at these things to notice all these little details that are telling you things aren't all right in Kansas or Denmark, as they say.
I bet this horse was more comfortable than the other ones, though.
Oh, I bet you so. Yeah, I'll bet so too. You know, let's see here. Okay, where are we at? What are we doing? Okay. Okay, so here's that foot again. That they said was a good foot. This is in a hoof class somewhere. I've had this picture for many years. But look here, look at this area here. Things like this you can look at and tell something ain't right. Um, shouldn't have that. See there, that's all from forcing the anatomy into a place and position it is not supposed to be in. And so this here is the bulb. This should be this area. Well, wait a minute. Let me see. This is the periopal rope, I think, right here. Here is the back of the frog that should be clear up here. So see how much this piece here should have been clear up here, like that. That's how much. How can this function correctly? And of course, we have wild horse feet. We've seen the inside of them look just like this. But these feet are meant for the survival of the horse. So yes, a horse could wear his feet out and be seemingly sound. But you got to remember, though, that horse died in a roundup. He never saw that horse move. And why did she die? Was she old and her feet were just so worn out that, her tendons gave way and just all this damage? You're going to have damage no matter what. It'll show up. Go ahead. What?
That foot almost looks like a DSLD foot.
Yeah, it does. Well, look at, because of this bone.
Well,
The way
and and the shape, the direction that the bones are sitting in.
Yeah.
You can see the fetlock coming. I mean, you can't see it, but you can imagine it.
Yeah.
Coming down much closer to the ground while it's standing.
Yeah, no kidding. I can see what you're saying there. Because, this thing's supposed to be up here. More like that. Not down here. That's a good call. No kidding. And look at the direction of that. So you're right. That does look like it could be, and you could see why it would be. There's nothing supporting any of these joints or anything back here. That's it. Yeah. Good
Obviously
point.
not necessarily something that's a biological cause.
No. Yeah. Exactly. As the argument goes on. It's genetic. Yeah, whatever. They never proved that. Well, they've had the same farrier for 20 years, all of them. Mares, colts, stud, they're all DSLD too.
And they've had the best farrier.
Yeah. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, well, there we go. Ta-da. Okay, and look at the similar distortion at the back of the foot here. So these people, including me, because I've been telling you for a while that this is the image that was put in my head that I tried to put on my horse. And uh, uh, so of course they're going to look at this, and then they're going to do a hoof class, and they're going to look at this and go, "Oh, look at the similarity." But this is not the true anatomy of the foot. And yet when they see, um, let's see, well, let's go back here just real quick. Okay, when they see a true wild foot like this, and the frogs stay here, and the shape of the digital cushion, they don't see it because this one has already been put in their brain. And they're not, and why is it that nobody has seen, of course they will be now, which is fine with me, okay? I'm gonna quit fighting all that. Um, the more the merrier. I don't care where they get the info. So this, why is it that even they're not even seeing digital cushions that are totally distorted and different than this? All the different shapes of the digital cushion. Like, look at that one. See, this is a whole different deal here even. Like, what is going on? What were they doing with this horse to develop this? I don't think this horse self-trimmed, but I don't know. I mean, there's some really interesting things going on here with the frog. Look at this frog again should be clear up here. Look at where the hairline is. So, it's a good thing that there's all this stuff on the internet because okay, here's one. I think this is Dr. Van Horst, maybe. He does all these. Okay, look at how this one's bent down, and look at how this piece of frog is bent back and shoved into the bottom of the foot here. There's no cushioning under here at all. Of course, in here, separation in the dorsal wall. Why is that? Because pushing the joint forward, which rotates the toe down and back. See, it's just like that one foot we looked at. These are those slices. Oh, here's an interesting one. No more coffin bone left. See, no more coffin bone left because all this anatomy pushing in, let's look at that close. All this anatomy pushing into that joint eventually will wear the coffin bone completely off. Clear up to here. See? Mechanical laminitis. Okay, here's magnetic resonance, MRI, on a digital cushion. Same deal. That's deformed. That's not how it's supposed to look. Why haven't, look at how obvious it is, but they haven't seen it. See? Now, I don't know about this foot, but again, again, not quite right. Not quite right. It does look a little bit like there's pressure on the, well, obviously the horse is dead for some reason. Looks like there's a little pressure right here pushing the toe down. And what it'll do is it'll flatten out the bottom of the toe and it'll put a ski tip on your toe. Close, close only counts, what is it? In horseshoes and hand grenades, right? Close does not count in anatomy, people. It don't count. So we're seeing a lot that are, or some that are close. Okay, what about this one? Look at that one. You can't see the frog, right? But is this the shape? Is this the shape it's supposed to be? No, because the frog, see, it's interesting going through these. I haven't been through these in a long time. And so the frog, this part here has been forced down. Well, when it was forced down, the frog was forced under and then is being pushed up like that. You're literally taking this piece of anatomy and tearing it and torching it and forcing it into a different shape. You know, if they did that to your nose, you wouldn't like it. Let alone, this is the horse's foot here. And so the frog on this horse's foot should have been growing up like this, okay, to support this. See there? Okay, then this piece right here, this piece has been forced down from up here. It should be up here. See, this piece here shouldn't even be there. It should be up here. Like that. So this is deformed. That nub in there is deformed. Well, so obviously this horse had some issues. You know, he got some arrows here pointing into here, some damage that's been done to the navicular area. Oh, gee, I wonder why these horses have navicular. And of course, here what do we have here? Look at how they've drawn the digital cushion, people. This is your traditional farriery, barefoot trimming, veterinary science, anatomy drawings. Anatomy drawings. So we know that it don't look like this. Of course, the hairline's going to be clear down here. Hairline ought to be up here. And the frog clear up here. This is a deformed and distorted digital cushion. So I like to look at different anatomical drawings to show how the experts got it screwed up. So what happens when you pull that whole frog, like, okay, look at this, see this little circle right here? That's underneath the foot when it is supposed to be, it's supposed to be up here. Supposed to be up here. See that this would be the frog right here. Okay, and this piece of digital cushion that's forced down here is supposed to be up here. It's supposed to be like that. Up here. That ain't supposed to be there. And so this part you're seeing in the frog right here that's underneath the foot, it's supposed to be clear up high here between the bulbs. Right here. This is the top of your frog stay. Right there. That holds that digital cushion in place. And so, you know, how much of this is damaged? Like, okay, you see these little bubbles here? I believe those could be, and I'm not, you know, don't hold me on it totally, but that could be, a lot of this could be damage. A lot of it could be stuff that shouldn't be there to begin with. Don't have the whole picture, so I don't know on that one. Let's look at this one. Okay, this is still deformed and distorted because this frog stay should be clear up here. Like that. So that means, and the hairline again, we're seeing the hairline down here. Okay. All right, this is a pretty good picture of that same foot I was telling you about, that where I show the two different feet, it's the same foot, but I show how after a couple days the cartilage is all lifted up again, but the frog didn't fit it. So this area down here, let me annotate here. This area, this is the area I was just talking about that's supposed to be high up between the bulbs. This was being pulled down under the foot. This should have been up here. Up here. And so this fatty digital cushion, this area right in here of it, what happens is this whole area gets pulled down and under the foot. And that's why you'll see this part of the digital cushion will be wide and fat, and they're saying, oh, that's a healthy digital cushion. No, that's a deformed digital cushion because the shape of it is narrow and held up by a big fat frog stay that goes clear up into here. So already what we're seeing here is this is torn. Now, as this is happening, it's bending the collateral cartilages because you see how this digital cushion is hooked inside of here. Okay, let's look at something. This is pretty interesting. Let's see here. Let's enlarge it. Now, it could have been me trimming the skin off. I don't know. But what we are looking at could be torn digital cushion that was tearing from being forced down and stretched into a position it doesn't belong. You know, that's what that could be. But this digital cushion on this horse was super healthy, super fatty, super, super fatty. Okay. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. No telling what. Let me see where my stuff ends. Let me look. Oh, well, while we're here, just a second. Okay. I'm just seeing what I got ahead there in case there's maybe something I don't really want to show. Nothing bad. Just, not here to out anybody's trimming exactly, except maybe David Landerville. he gets to be the scapegoat. But why does David Landerville trim the way David Landerville does? Because he's deceived by Jamie Jackson's phony, faulty research. Incompetency. You write a book, everybody just believes it. Very few people research the researcher. You know what I mean? So, why can't I see that? Okay, so I just want to show you this. Let's see here. Hold on. I want to show you this since I found it because a lot of times I have these pictures and I can't find them. Okay. New share. Okay, so this is Molly's foot where I took the hoof capsule off. And this is a picture of a foot I saw on the internet where nobody understood what was going on. And the only reason I can understand what's going on is because of taking these hoof capsules off. Do you see what happened there? That the foot kept bursting out. Look at how green it is there. So they're trimming the heels out of this horse. It's pulling his foot down, but the foot is under pressure. We just looked at how this area right here, where the digital cushion is, okay, you trim the heels down low and it forces it down, but this is fat, and on the sides here is cartilage. And you're taking this and you're forcing it down and forward. You're compressing it into a smaller capsule. And this can work pretty good gradually over time out in the desert. Okay, but if you're in an area, look at how green that is. So that foot has been forced into this situation, and then it keeps bursting out and will not stay in the capsule. And when it bursts out, it starts to grow another capsule. See there? This horse has basically three. Had a picture of pony's foot too at that one vet where you saw he was growing 4 different hooves, one under the other. Say one comes loose, the foot tears itself away from the one capsule, but it's still attached and starts growing another one underneath it. Tears away from that capsule and starts growing another one underneath it. And so I did a deal here with Molly's foot to show basically what was happening. So, this is something hopefully in the future people learn to recognize when you got a old capsule growing over another foot underneath, because a lot of times you don't even see it. You don't even see it. You could have bars back of the foot, everything that has become disconnected. But a lot of times the periopal skin will stretch over the whole thing and the foot has come loose. It's just got wide periopal skin, but yet you got 1 or 2 feet underneath, 1 or 2 capsules growing underneath. So you got your dead capsule and then another dead capsule and then one starting to grow on the foot again. See there, that's the picture. Isn't that something? Wow. This is really, that's the bottom of the horse's foot. Okay, so the back of the foot, this is mechanical laminitis. And so what happens when the front of that foot is internally, we looked at it before, is pulling away from the dorsal wall. This horse is also getting a laminar wedge in here. His toe is coming back here. The whole foot is rotating up and out of the capsule, just like you take a capsule off a foot, just like you take a shoe off. And it's all from over trimming the heels and forcing this mechanical situation to start to happen. So yeah, so look, you got this big cavity here because his foot is clear back here. Yeah, the whole foot does rotate in the capsule. The whole foot can move in the capsule, and the capsule can become disattached. And how do we know that for sure? Because you can take the whole capsule off. So it would be no wonder that the foot could come loose but still be attached by the periopal skin and start growing a whole new capsule underneath. And that this foot, the whole foot, and because it bends in the center and it's like a Rubik's cube in the back, that the whole foot can move within that capsule. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is the article, or this is the, I don't know where it came from or anything like that. So let's read it. It says, okay, this abscess has gotten out of control. It has been about 4 months and has just been getting worse. We started with Epsom salt soaking 2 times a day, along with wrapping it with Animal Tech's poultice pad. No improvement, just seemed to hold moisture. Well, of course, what is that going to do? Because that's why we soak feet, to get everything to expand, right? Then after about 3 weeks, we quit soaking. Seemed it was doing more damage. Here, I'm going to do that. Then good. We kept putting the damp poultice pad on. Still no improvement. 4 weeks later, we started using a product called Today and another one called Go Dry. And that gets put in the opening of her hoof. Then we put the damp poultice pad over and wrap it with vet wrap, then duct tape. When she walks, her foot doesn't seem to bother her all that much. Well, she's got a whole other capsule growing underneath it, and her foot ain't bound. That isn't that interesting that a horse can walk and doesn't seem to bother her that much? I mean, they just amaze you, you know. When she walks, her foot doesn't seem to bother her that much, but she has her bad days at well, of course she would. I really just want what's best for her to get her healed. I sure hope they were able to help this horse. Now, at the time I saw this, I was understanding what was going on, but I don't remember if I reached out to this person or not. A lot of times you reach out to people, they won't listen to you anyway. But anyway, I really just want what's best for her and to get her healed up when it's dry outside. See what I tell you? Because the moisture, the foot won't hold together. I really just want what's best for her to get her healed up. When it's dry outside, she's in our top pasture. And when it's not, she's in a stall with shavings up to her knees. Any advice or suggestions would help. I may have given some. I don't remember. I think I actually did. And I probably explained and gave this explanation for what was going on, but I don't really remember too much about it now. Anyway, okay. Oh, dee-do-dee-dum. Well, there's Molly's foot, and her frog also was not well, her frog wasn't as bad as the one on Holly's horse. You know, it was still kind of plump and stuff, but still nothing like that other horse. Okay. Let me see if I have any other pictures of digital cushion. I know I have tons of pictures of digital cushions. My computer doesn't want to work. Okay, here's some more. Let's look at some of these. Okay, so again, this is Molly's foot, and there's what the true shape on a sagittal section. Well, I don't know. Okay, her frog stay still wasn't quite what it should be. Okay. Well, maybe, but actually yeah, on her real foot, it wasn't, well, on her foot, on the capsule, it wasn't, but when I pressed everything up into place, this is how it should have looked pretty much. But I thought it was interesting that it looked kind of like a woman's foot here, you know? So that can kind of help us remember what it's supposed to look like. Say, even has a toe. And so, um, uh, this is the coffin bone off the rear foot off the horse that I was trimming the feet out of. And this is his coffin bone, of course. And I just made up this I use this sponge because I was trying to figure out how all this worked. So I just took these pictures with that sponge on there. Now, there's no way that this coffin bone could set ground parallel because this is the true shape of an undamaged coffin bone. It doesn't have any wear at all. And let me do this here. So what happens is when this joint is forced forward and this toe is pushed down, okay, it starts wearing the toe off like that. See, and eventually it wears it off up into here. Wear all that off. Well, now here's the thing. You couldn't even set this flat on a table. See, it's like that. Now, so people might look at that and say, oh, well, yeah, see, they have an arch. No, they don't. They don't, because what happens is the sulcorium is like this. It gets thicker towards the back. See, and like that. See how it's thicker here than it is here? It gets thicker in the heel. All of this is where your heel would be. It's all cartilage and fat, your heel. And so look at see that? See how it gets thicker? And I've done dissections where I took it off, so I know this is a fact. And so the foot itself is flat, would be flat if you set it on a table, but the coffin bone inside it is set in it at an angle. See? So after I got thinking about it, I thought, well, and they bend. Now this is okay. Here's an example. And I did this before I even realized how this was creating mechanical laminitis, and stuff. But look, when you make the capsule smaller and it pushes that joint forward, this is what it does. It pushes that toe down in the capsule, down and back, down and back. Meanwhile, the wall of the capsule is usually pushed forward and up. And so then that is why your, just a minute here, starts to develop that laminar wedge in between it and the wall right there. That'd be your wall here. Because one is being pushed that way, this one here is being pushed down and back, down and back. And so since it's pressing against the sole, it'll wear that toe right off. And I'm not sure whose foot this is, but what we can see here is this thing has a periopal frog. And this is all periopal frog. And you see how the bulbs are pulled in like that and then hidden over by this periopal rope here. That is a whole periopal frog there. So again, your digital cushion is up in here. It has taken this digital cushion and it has pulled it clear down into here. Just an example, what it does again. Digital cushion is supposed to be up here. This is the true shape. Again, kind of like a woman's foot there. And then this is what it gets deformed into. So would it be any wonder that if this is adipose tissue, by being pounded, it's being injured and it is developing fibrocartilage, and because all these feet are deformed and that's the only feet they study, now they've come up with this doctrine that the digital cushion is fibrocartilage and just a little bit of adipose tissue, and that you're supposed to lower the heels and pound it and exercise it, and that's going to build it up. That's going to build up your fibrocartilage when fibrocartilage is actually damage to adipose tissue. Okay, so this is that same horse again. Again, look at how fatty the back that digital cushion was. I remember it. I remember being astounded at its texture, at everything about it. But again, this little part here, okay, is pulled down. I didn't know that. These bulbs here and this cartilage is all pulled down. I did not realize that at the time because I was trimming the heels out of the horse. So this bulb skin here should be clear up here, and this area here, clear up in here. And it was being pulled down and under the foot, like in the pictures that I showed you. I don't have any directly here, but anyway. Here's one. Look at that digital cushion. Now, okay, look at the toe of this coffin bone. Look how the dorsal wall stayed attached. This horse does not have a laminar wedge. The wall did not come disattached and go forward while the coffin joint, see this coffin joint, all this anatomy pushing forward, pushing it forward, rotating this bone down and back, pushing it against the sole, which wore out the bone, but the wall never became disattached. This horse had good enough sole in here to hold everything together. So again, this is how these horses can survive when this is going on, as long as they won't get wholesale mechanical laminitis, which is separation of the lamina in all these feet if the toe is kept short. You know, if he's worn his toe down. Oh, here's one. Look at this here. See the different shape? Okay, so all this pulled down, and this piece of the frog bent and shoved up into the foot right here. Here, I marked them all in their different shapes. Okay, this is after I've soaked some feet for a while, and you see these golden droplets? That's oil because because the digital cushion is, what do you call it when it's starting to rot? There's a name for it. When flesh and parts start to necrotic, they start to
Necrosis.
what?
Decompose.
Necrosis.
There you go. Okay. Decompose. It's decomposing. And so the oil is coming out of it. And so you get in the water, you get these big drops of golden oil. And I know from studying adipose on whales that you have different grades of adipose tissue that produce different kinds of oil for your lamp. And I would say probably the fat that's the adipose tissue that's in the digital cushion of the horse is probably the highest grade adipose tissue there is. And the oil that comes out of it is a beautiful golden color. Oh, guess. Let's see. Okay, well, I guess that's, yeah. Okay. Well, anyway. All right then. So now you see, we should just all go surfing out of the web, and we should get a big old collection of digital cushions on these sagittal sections and do a whole post on it, showing the different shapes. I mean, anatomy is not like that, people. No, there ain't one piece of anatomy on anybody's body that is that different. You know, you look at a million people's fingers, they're going to be all pretty much the same. You're not going to have this totally different formation and shape to their feet, to their nose, to their ears, to their brains. That's not anatomy. So this is deformed anatomy that we're looking at. And so we have to know what is the true shape of the anatomy and what it's supposed to be. And then from there, we go on to recognize distortion when it's deformed. Like we call it distortion, that doesn't really get it. Oh, it's distorted. Hey, it's deformed. If my nose was deformed, if my hand was deformed, that's a disability. When you have deformed anatomy, now there are people, amazing people that have lost their legs, were born without legs, and they adapt, and it's amazing, but that ain't the norm. And so this is deformed. Jamie Jackson's one dead wild horse foot is deformed. And we can explain how that foot managed to hold together. We can explain why that horse had no heels and yet a steep dorsal wall. See, that's what he told Leslie Emery. That when he said he saw that wild horse's foot, they have no heels, flat as a pancake. And Leslie Emery said, well, what about the angle of the dorsal wall here? Okay, because it is firmly entrenched that if you have you raise the heel, it's going to change the dorsal of the angle, the wall, the angle of the dorsal wall. So it's all combined together. And so Leslie Emery asked, who believed that horses should have heel, asked him, well, what about the dorsal wall angle? And Jamie Jackson says, well, I don't know. From what I can see, it's steep. And then Leslie Emery asks, well, how can be steep and they have no heels? And Jamie Jackson says, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out. And so since that is what he believed, then this kind of foot here became his model. And he searched high and low till he finally found one dead wild horse that fit the bill, especially the rear foot. And that became the model for the barefoot movement. And somewhere along the line, he just wasn't seeing the heels on these horses for some reason. Because now we know that wild horses have heels, that his research is faulty, that he has everyone and their dog deceived, even the farriers, because then academia took his teachings and turned them around, called it their own, and spread it back to the farriers, to where then you have the farriers doing so-called barefoot trims and trimming the heels even lower than the frog so that they could still get frog contact and have a shoe on. See how these teachings work. They just get worse and worse and worse. And but here's the thing. He didn't figure it out. He just manipulated and forced it to be a science. And he said, oh, how does it happen? How is it that a horse can have no heel, flat as a pancake, and have a steep dorsal wall? I just explained how that happens. That as the heels are worn out and the whole back of the foot is pulled down like this, and all this anatomy is shoved up into this joint, pushing it forward, and it starts to force. Let me do this here. Oops, wait a minute. I'm doing the right thing. Oops. Hold on, because I want to explain this again. Hold on, I've got to get the right color. Okay. So all this anatomy back here, okay, this digital cushion is supposed to be clear up here. So instead, what happens is all the cartilage, everything is forced down and under. The frog is forced down. It's actually stripped out of the foot. There's no more frog stay in this foot. It's all forced forward into this joint, which rotates this toe here, rotates this toe, starts rotating it this way, backwards. And so as it does so, in this case, the horse at the same time is constantly, it's all happening gradually. So instead of it happening to where this toe came back, but the wall was forced forward, instead of that happening, what happens is as the toe is coming back, the horse is wearing the toe off, wearing it off. And so it's all coming back together like this and getting steeper and steeper, as long as all that will hold together. That is how you can get a horse with no heel and a steep, tight dorsal wall. It is equine foot binding. See? Equine foot binding. You're making the capsule smaller from this end. Well, let me do this. Come here. Oh, you stupid thing. You're making the foot smaller from this end, which is like this. You're shoving all this down and in like this, when it was up like this. And then this part here, you know, which is like this, you're making it smaller going like this and like that. So you are taking this foot and you are making it smaller, a smaller circumference, a smaller area. You're increasing the angle of the dorsal wall. See there? How can you have a steep dorsal wall and no heels? Well, I'm just explaining exactly how the horse does that in the wild, gradually over time, in the right environment and condition. They have to, it had to take place gradually over time. Just a minute. Okay, well, anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out. Well, and so what did he blame it on? It's just nature's way, people. It's just nature. We can't explain it. Kind of like the Trinity. You can't explain it. It just happens. Probably shouldn't add religion into this, but this is a freaking religion here. This is not the truth. You know, this is supposed to be science, not religion. Okay? You don't just come up with an idea and then go, well, I'm going to make it look like that's what the foot does. Nature. See, nature can be a god too to people. You know, oh, it's just nature's way. You know, nature, you know, like that's what he blames it on. Oh, it's nature, people. And so you're going to hear all these people. They're trying to tell you this, that, and the other. Nature, people. It's how nature does it. You never hear them say the word really say science. Not that that matters. All right. Because you can have false science. But nature does it. It's nature's way. How's that? You know, no, this is structural. This is physical laws and structural engineering and biological formations and structures, and how what happens when something wears out, and how structures change when certain things are changed, and stuff like that. Has nothing to do with some magical power of nature, other than within what we call nature, there are physical laws. So this is all about physical laws and why a foot can be deformed, and how this foot was designed to survive if it got in a drought or a famine of some kind, and it had to travel far to where it wore its foot out so that the foot would stay together. It's going to wear its shoe out and the shoe's going to get smaller and smaller, but the foot is going to hold together for the survival of the horse. And so we've been taught to deform our horses' feet and put them in survival mode. Would it be any wonder that they would develop, because this is also going to be painful. Survival mode is painful mode as well, because the foot is losing its true function the whole time. So would it be any wonder that they would develop metabolic issues? You know, once you really start studying about adipose tissue and what happens when it's damaged, and then you start looking at some of the things that they're saying is healthy. You know, go watch that interview of Dr. Boker about what he teaches about the digital cushion. And then as he's describing words, go look them up. All right. He wrongly defines words like myoxic tissue. Okay. He totally wrongly defined. He says this is myoxic tissue, and myoxic tissue can invent and do anything. It can form into whatever it wants to be or needs to be. Well, come to find out, that isn't what myoxic tissue is. Myoxic tissue is cancerous tissue, damaged cancerous tumor tissue. But there's another kind of tissue that's in there. See, I looked up all these words that he was, as I was watching his deal, and I'm finding him wrongly defining words and what they mean, you know, while showing us deformed digital cushions that you can see the damage on. So you should go to YouTube and watch it. Watch his deal. So what I'm saying is, they're taking deformed, damaged digital cushions just like this. They're about every domestic horse, and they're saying that's the norm. That's the way it's supposed to be, when it's not. Okay. And then once it gets into academia, God forbid, you know, getting them people to change anything, they'll bend over backwards not to, because they don't want anybody to think they're wrong. Because if they're wrong about this, ooh, what else are they wrong about? What else are they doing to kill us? See? Now I gotta try and get this undone. Okay. Okay. Well, I never know really on these hoof chats what we might look at. But this is something I've been thinking about a lot lately, is the digital cushion. I watched that interview of his where he talks about the digital cushion on YouTube a number of times. I'm going to watch it again and again. Go and look up every single word he says to see if that's the truth. You know, because you don't expect people who are experts in anatomy with their degrees to be wrongly defining words, right? So whoever checks that, who would ever check those words? See, for that matter, Jamie Jackson writes a book. Who's going to go research the researcher? You know, that I measured, examined, and photographed over 1,000 wild horse feet, yet not one photo in any of the 3 editions of the book. Instead, we just got the one dead wild horse foot that wore its heels out. And so all of these problems do not just stem from him, because there was a big hole in farriery to begin with the way they've been lowering the heels for centuries. But we were just getting out of that when he came back into the mix and threw a big wrench in the works. So without him, I wouldn't be sitting here, and neither would you. And everybody that has a dead horse be alive. Everybody that has a dead horse has been killed by barefoot trimming that was trimmed into mechanical laminitis. If Leslie Emery's book would have continued on, they'd have figured it out and we would not be here. And God knows how many, God does know how many horses would still be alive today. See, I know a number of people that have had to put their horses down due to these trims, due to this phony stuff. So he can put a disclaimer in his book all he wants. I look forward to the day when hopefully this can be so clearly demonstrated to be beyond a shadow of a doubt, and that his research can be so exposed that we can all get together and do a class action lawsuit. See, that's what I look forward to. And see, here's the thing, back in the olden days, horse and buggy days, those farriers were held responsible legally for crippling people's horses. You didn't want to accidentally put a nail somewhere where it shouldn't. They'd take you to court. Okay? They say, I read court cases from those days. It's no different than a mechanic being responsible to fix your brakes, and he screws up and then you go out and don't have any brakes and you get in a wreck. He's negligent and he's responsible. Okay? So I believe the day will come when he's going to be held responsible for what he said in that book, that he measured and examined and photographed the feet of 1,000 horses' feet, but yet where's a picture? See? And many, many other discrepancies. Research the researcher. So now you have all these, and very, very much well-meaning people. Of course, some are just greedy, attention-seeking, narcissistic entrepreneurs. But you have many, many people doing barefoot trimming and things like that who have nothing but the best intentions in mind, but their head has been filled full of this stuff to where they got that image of that one dead wild horse foot in their head, and all this false doctrine of, oh, ground parallel, coffin bone, 30-degree hairline, Mustang roll, frog on the ground, blah, blah, blah. Everything that is the exact opposite of what the horse's foot really is, due to the teachings of this man. And they are founded on this man. And that means all of them. All of them. Any of these barefoot, they got all these different fancy names. You trace them back to their origins, you're going to find the one dead wild horse foot of Jamie Jackson. So, people see, my heart is on the matter is that eventually I'll be able to put it together in such a way to show them so plainly that they will not be able to deny it, and that they will have to go through cognitive dissonance, and they will have to change their minds, and that they will be able to see and not condemn themselves for having believed a lie. See? Having believed a lie, having had the best intentions, that they will be able to forgive themselves and move on and accept the truth and start doing what is right. Start doing what is right. But how easy is it for somebody to admit they've probably killed a good number of animals, probably killed or maimed or lamed or tortured by their practice a good number of animals. But that's exactly what's been going on. Now we got owners who can do it. See, owners who had farriers, who had barefoot trimmers, who saw what was going on, and then learned barefoot trimming themselves and know that they did the same thing to their horse, but they can admit it. So these people who want to make buku dinero off everybody, all right, have you seen the prices these people are charging? It's like for an hour, $375, talk with you over the phone. That's right. And you send them some pictures, they're going to do some markups with you an hour, 275 to 375 an hour. There's one gal, she was with us. She did not know diddly squat. Right. Her business was failing, going down the tubes. Every horse she touched, she was laming. And then she got involved in tack for several years. And I mean, I worked with her extensively in Messenger. And so it tell her how to do dissections, tell her how to do different things. And she became a friend, I thought. Well, she's also had been whatchamacallit, certified in equine podiatry. So she had a certification. She told me herself she had had many arguments with Casey LaPierre, and she saw that equine podiatry did not have the answers and they were doing damaging things and stuff like this. I mean, she tells me this herself. I'm not kidding you. Within the first 2 days, I was talking to her. See, now, then we had this long discussion for many weeks, months, you name it. And then she posted in the group an advertisement for her business. And basically was advertising equine podiatry. And see, I've lost 2 friends over this. Well, they were never friends anyway. Okay. I'll tell you about the other one too. And so here, she's the one that told me first too. Casey LaPierre has a lot of wrong ideas, blah, blah, blah. I just can't go with that. So then when I confront her in a very nice way, I said, I'm sorry I had to take your advertisement off the group because I do not support equine podiatry. So you either have to come with TAC principles minus saying you're an EP, or where you cannot advertise like that. Like, I don't care if I know people have to make a living. I know, if they're capable and everything, go ahead, whatever. It's when they want to combine it with something else, or when they want to say it's all their darn idea instead of supporting us all. And so I said, and I was very nice, I said, I'm sorry I had to take your thing off the group. And again, we've been conversing for 2 years. You wouldn't believe how much I shared with this gal. Okay, so she got mad at me, and she said, well, she said, I don't remember exactly how she said it, but she basically told me I was toxic and that she was going to do whatever the hell she wanted to do. And she quit the group and she blocked me. Yeah. So now she's doing well. And the only reason she is doing well is because she learned how to grow heels on horses. And so she's helping people, and I'm happy for her. But she's able to have that equine podiatry certification that ain't worth the paper it's written on, right there next to her name. I applied equine podiatrist here. People, there's no such thing. Okay. Anybody and their dog, at least at this time, can start a hoof school, at least over here. And that's where applied equine podiatry came from. It is a marketing tactic to make you think that they're better. The people that originated with it, Dr. Rick Redden, Casey LaPierre, Tom Teskey, okay, it's a marketing thing. They may not think so, But in the end, it's a marketing tactic to make you think that they are more medically qualified to take care of your horse's feet by saying it's podiatry. Human podiatry, that person has to have gone to a medical school and have a license. You can start a school here. You could teach anything. There is nothing that regulates it, which I'm glad, because otherwise what these people would do is they get a hold of it and they wouldn't let anybody come in and change a thing. And so yeah, so good. I'm glad she's helping people. Okay, but my idea was that we would all work together to do this. Not that you come learn from me, figure out that I really got something, okay, that's real and important, that'll really help horses. And then you go jump out and then, pretend like you invented it. See, how honest is that? And it's not about me getting credit. It's about us working together to further the information. Okay. Well, but then again, I think sometimes, well, maybe it's a good thing that people just say screw you and take off on their own and stuff, because a lot of people don't like me. Why don't they like me? Because I'm a name mentioner. I'm a name dropper in a different way than Lindsay Field. Lindsay Field, same deal. She was here in this group. Ray Hannon, Hawk, and I got her to doing dissections for tact. And she comes along one day and she says, I really want to help some people over there at ABC Hoof Care. I'm just afraid that they'll kick me out if they see I'm friends with you. So you don't mind if I unfriend you, do you? She said, you won't be offended, will you? I said, yeah, I kind of am offended, because I'm friends with lots of people over there at ABC Hoof Care and they haven't kicked them off. Now, why did she do that? See, and then I seen her and I thought this gal is going to go right back into error. She will not continue on to know the truth. She will go right back into error. And that's exactly what she did. She started name dropping all over the place. She started, well, are you going to promote Pete Ramey? Are you going to promote this, promote Tom Teskey? Now she's promoting Chris Pollitt, who is a traditional farrier and professor and believes in all the old vet stuff and the fact that the coffin bone is magically suspended in the foot by the lamina. See, all these doctrines that are harmful, wrong, have been killing horses for centuries. And then what happens? Well, her and this other gal get together and form a little team. See? And so they just keep going off into error, and it's all for attention and money and prestige and how much attention I can get. Instead of working together, everybody working together as a team. If you want to do this, or you want to do that, or you want to have a channel, or you want to do a Patreon, or you want to blah, 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 well, then that's fine. Okay? But the way that people do it has not really advanced this knowledge, especially not when you keep going back into the false traditions of farriery. See? So, whatever. I just really want to see the truth get out there, and one way or another, I'm going to figure out how to simply demonstrate and show it so that there is no denying it. And then you're going to have to be a complete POS to keep going in the direction you're going. Right now, you've seen how we've gone through this whole thing with the digital cushion. Let me put this picture up here. With the digital cushion, and the true anatomical form of the digital cushion. Okay. Why haven't these people noticed this? See? Why? It's so obvious. It's so blatant. Nope, they just keep going. They're going to tell you, the same people I just talked about are going to tell you this is a healthy digital cushion right here. In fact, I just took a bunch of pictures off of some page. Well, no, I didn't take them because I'm not on their pages, but I had somebody send me some pages of dissections and examples of feet done by people who saying they are in the know, saying that these kind of digital cushions are healthy digital cushions. See? And so these people have come out to the world as being researchers and experts and stuff like that, but they're still leading people back into error. Anyway, so try to think if there's any pictures of digital cushions shown. Oh, well, here we go. Okay, so like I was saying, these feet are like a Rubik's Cube. So this cartilage here, I could take that with my hand and I could twist it. You know how you'd twist a Rubik's Cube? I could hold this part pretty solid and the same, and I could take this piece here and twist it up and down under, up and down under, up and down under. I can do the same with this, up and down under, up and down under. I can take the center here and I can pull it up and I can pull it down and under. It is like the back of this foot is like a Rubik's Cube. And so that's why they look so different, because the only thing that supports this digital cushion in the correct way is a correct frog and frog stay. Let's look at a different foot here. So, it's hard for us to see when we're looking at feet like this. Okay. See, what I do research, does fat turn into muscle? Okay, hold on here, because I want to, okay, let's look at this. Now, however the hoof capsule's trimmed will determine whether or not these heels are correctly supporting the back of this foot in the position it's supposed to be in. I mean, look at how different. This was a really good foot. It was just pulled a little bit down behind. A frog stay, this is how a frog stay should look. Nice and round and bulbous in here. And this is up behind the foot here. And so your digital cushion lies all through here. Oh, hold on a second. Well, I'm senile. I was supposed to do something today and I forgot totally about it, and somebody just called me about it. So I'm just senile. I forget stuff all the time. Okay, so anyway, look more at some other digital cushion things here. I wish I knew where I had all the pictures for this particular foot. Because this foot did have a very nice digital cushion. And here you see the periopal band going around here. The periopal band is only supposed to be around here. Okay, these heels were not curled in at all. The periopal band, let me show you here. Okay, so the periopal band is only this wide. Oh, well, stupid thing, just a minute here. Now I've lost. Huh. What is going on? Just a minute. My annotate got weird on me. That or I'm just insane. Okay, there we go. I forget how to use it. Okay, so the periopal band is right here. It's only that wide. Okay, this minute here. Hold on. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, there we go. That's really the one I was looking. It's only that thick. Okay, but it's this wide right here. But then the frog is just right on the other side of it. Right on the other side of it. And look how bulbous it is. That's a correct frog stay. Look at that thing. It's huge. And that stabilizes the whole back of the foot. And that holds this digital cushion here, up in here, right where it's supposed to be. Now, this is all full of digital cushion as well. I mean, this whole thing, right? So this pastern up here descends down. Here's your cartilages right here. It descends down onto, look at your frog should be right here. Supporting this up in the air. And so this pastern here descends down onto here between these cartilages and onto here, and it presses it forward, compresses it forward, shoving that digital cushion under that joint so that as this is coming down, that whole joint is cushioned with the cushion. It's not supposed to be hard, people. It's very soft. That fat is very flexible, pliable, and soft. The frog and the frog stay underneath it is much firmer. Oh, hold on. I keep having calls. Is much firmer, and it pushes up and supports that digital cushion, but it also gives. It's also got some give in it in the way that it's made. And so as this is pushing down on here and pushing down onto this frog, it is pushing back. It may be being pushed down, but it is pushing back. And look at it. It's not, you ever seen them? They'll show a deformed foot that had contracted heels, and they call the frog stay, because they don't know what a frog stay is. They'll call it a frog spine. They'll say, and this is the frog spine. And it's pointed like this. Why is that? Because this area here, that was like so, these heels got contracted and these bulbs are smashed together like this. And so that's all it can grow is a frog stay that looks like this, which they call a frog spine. Because they think this is your equine podiatry. This is like why I said it's not worth a poop. Okay? Because he don't know the anatomy like he should. And so Casey LaPierre calls this the frog spine because all he's ever seen is ones that were on contracted feet due to barefoot trimming and trimming the heels out of, that contracts the heels and squeezes the bulbs together so that the frog can't grow to its wide fullness here. Okay? And so they look at that, they say, well, that's a frog spine. But then they heard about a frog stay. And since now they've already renamed the actual real frog stay to being a frog spine, why do they call it a frog spine? Because it's got this skinny spine there. Okay, so now they don't know where the frog stay is. They were calling it a frog spine, this thing here. Now they're figuring, okay, frog stay, where's the frog stay at? Oh, the frog stay must be where the frog stays. So they call this area of the hoof capsule the frog stay. But here's the deal. They can't go renaming it. I mean, they can because they got all kinds of people following it, you know. And like that one gal said, she who had gotten her not worth the paper it's written on, equine podiatry certification degree or whatever it's called, that she had conversed with Casey LaPierre many times and he just would not change his mind on anything. So now he has called him and whoever called this a frog spine because these bulbs here that go like this got squeezed together like that. And so the frog grew into a little frog spine. And so now, since they'd already named it and they didn't, then they heard about a frog spine later, instead of changing their minds because they didn't know what it was. And this was already named. So they're figuring out, what is the frog stay? What is a frog stay? When you take a frog off, it comes out of here and it leaves a big hole in the capsule. And so since that is where the frog is, they started calling that the frog stay. And so that's equine podiatry. But here's the deal. Bracy Clark, let's look at something here. I want to show you something. All this anatomy is important, people. Okay. You just can't go now. I have named something I never found any name for, which is a frog lips. It's a frog corium. Call it the frog lips. But if somebody comes along and it had another name, I'll be glad to change my mind. All right. And so this is interesting because Casey LaPierre is French and he has done extensive work over in France, convincing them that equine podiatry is the way to go. And so this is the interesting thing about it. Now, let's look, where does the frog stay come from? Where does the name come from? It comes from Bracy Clark in the early 1800s. It didn't have a name, and he gave it the name. And then his book was translated into French in the 1800s, and the French called it the same thing, only they used French words that meant frog stay. Okay, so this thing has a name. It is not a frog spine. It is the frog stay, and it is not like if I was to let me see here. Now I got to figure out how to get out of here. They're all drawings. Okay, and it's not because look, these bulbs here are contracted. See how they're like this? Okay, so the frog that grows there is going to be skinny like that. Okay. All right. So that area is still the frog stay. Now, in the foot I showed you, the bulbs were clear over here. Okay. And so the frog stay that grew from it grows like this. It was very bulbous, very bulbous. See? But again, if the heels are contracted, how's the frog stay grow? Skinny. And so since I didn't know what a frog stay was, I called it frog spine. Okay, so then I might describe this 5 different times just so I can get better at it. Okay, so then they don't know how to take hoof capsules off hardly, which is understandable because they're difficult to take off most of the time. And so a lot of times they take the capsule and frog off separate. And so when you take the frog out like this, take it out, then you're left with the hoof capsule like this and an empty space where the frog used to be. And so then they called that the frog stay. You see the confusion there? You see why this stuff gets so screwed up? You know? But here's the deal. Look, if we were to get on the internet, it's a minute here. And let me get up here, share. We're going to get on the internet and we're going to type in Bracy Clark cardboard hoof. Bracy Clark's 3D horse model hoof. Now, okay, so let me show you this here. Okay, whatever you want to do it. Okay, it says during the recent, this is from the Royal RCVS, Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, that Bracy Clark graduated from in 1790 something or other. And so it says here, abstract. And here's the thing. All the barefooters will quote Bracy Clark, use Bracy Clark, say he was against shoes. No, he wasn't. He was against frog pressure for one thing and lowering heels for frog pressure. He found out that was all a big fat lie. And he developed ways of shoeing horses. He had shoeing establishments in London. All right. So, but he was an avid researcher for 40 years. And so it says during the recent reordering of the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons headquarters, a 6-inch square box was found containing a cardboard model of a folded piece of paper. Further, a cardboard model and a folded pieces of paper. Further investigation revealed it was something rather exciting. A pasteboard model of a horse's hoof. Colleagues at the Royal Veterinary College kindly produced a 3D model of the hoof, which you can view at the interactive video below. You can also read more about Bracy Clark's model hoof on our blog. Now, if you go to the Internet Archive and look up Bracy Clark and you get all his books, which he wrote many, not just on hooves, but primarily on hooves, you will find in his book, Hippodontia, that there was no name for the frog stay. And so he gave it to name the frog stay. Before that, he called it the bolt. And so he named the frog stay, he named the periopal band, I suppose. What, Casey LaPierre want to rename that too? Okay. So, all right. So here's the hoof model. We will click in there. Oh, here we go. Loading 3D model. There we go. Okay, so let's get closer here. Oh my goodness. What are we about to see here? Let's see. We want to see this thing right here. Okay, let's get bigger. let's see, maybe I need to full screen it. Oh, okay. What is that right there? Can you read that? The frog stay. That's what it's called. It's the frog stay. Now, it's interesting that he calls these, I believe, the commissures, which I guess some of us call it the collateral grooves. So which is it? You know, is it collateral grooves? Is this back here actually at the back of the foot the collateral grooves, but we're calling this whole thing the collateral grooves? Or is this the commissure of the hoof? See, it's kind of hard to read. But irregardless, he gave it that name. The French gave it that name. Casey Lapierre, I know you hate me, but or you just don't care for me one bit. But this is the frog stay. Okay, this area here, the commissures, is not the frog stay. Yeah, the frog may stay in here, all right, but the frog stay of the frog is this piece right here. And again, it's also in French, all right, which I can't remember what they call it. It has to do with fork. They use, I think, maybe, no, yeah, they use the word fork because the frog is forked. It's forked shaped, okay? And then they use whatever word for stay in French. And that is his book. When he translated his book into French, that's the words he used for the English frog stay. But it's just anatomy. After all, it's just a horse's foot. What difference does it make? What shape the digital cushion is, or what you call that thing between the bulbs? Well, what difference does it make in what you call the aorta of your heart? You know, what difference does it make where your kidneys are located? You know, or what shape your kidneys are in? Why can't we just stretch your kidneys over and slam them up in the other side of your gut? Because it's anatomy. Okay. And so horse lives by his feet. Every little part is important. Everything has a place and a place for everything in that foot. There is only one place for it, and everything else is just a adaptation to deformation, not distortion. I'm going to quit calling it that. Deformation. Deformed. When you have deformed anatomy, you have a disability. You have an injury. See? Okay, well, I thought that was pretty darn cool. So let's take a kind of look here. The wall, made of hard horn. It's cylindrical form, not canonical as generally supposed. And anyway, he talks about what the wall is here. It's pretty interesting. Let's see if he had named. Nope, he hadn't named. This is 1809. So he first described this as the frog band in 1809. The reason he described it as the frog band was because of how when the heels are trimmed out of a horse, the periopal gets pulled down in between the bulbs and grows over the whole frog. Later, he discovered that the periopal band and the frog were two different things, and he renamed the frog band the periopal band. So it's really interesting how with this man, he did some of the first real anatomical research into the foot to try and understand the truth. And so some of these very important names, what was another name? Oh, the wall. Okay. You know what they called the wall? I think I'm right about this. I could be wrong. They called it the crust. the crust. Yeah, I think he's the one also that named the hoof wall the wall. Because I seem to remember reading something in his book about that, how he just didn't think that was correct at all to call it a crust. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I have to take off for a couple minutes because I got somebody else at the door that needs something. And if you want to stick around, fine. If not, that's fine too. You can all check out. And if I come back in 5 minutes and nobody's here, uh, well, we'll see you next week. You can put up with me. Okay. Okay, well, I don't know if anybody's here or not. So, just a minute here. Stop share. Oh my, still several people here. Okay. Well, let's see here. So, pretty interesting, Bracy Clark's book. Let's go. I want to show you. See, these are things you should take a look at, that are so interesting. See, there was very little known about the internal parts of the foot before Bracy Clark. And then after he started doing his research, the president, the man that became the president of that same college, was a really wicked man. I mean, he was evil. He come up with uh he come up with the book. He had no see when the college opened in 1793. The first guy to run it, president, dean, I don't know what you call him, head of the school was Charles St. Bell. He was from France, and he had graduated from the French veterinary school. And so he dies, and then the king appoints, that's why it's called royal school, because it was started by the king. The king appoints two guys to run it, and one guy was a major narcissist, and of course he wound up being the head of that school for the next 40 years. Within less than 10 years, he come out with his own book on shoeing, and it was in total complete opposition to what Bracy Clark was discovering. You can, yeah, just a minute. Okay, I'm back. Husband's home. Okay, so where was I? So Coleman. Now, this is not just me talking this. I just met this other guy here recently. His name's John Briggs or Biggs. And he has done extensive research into Coleman and the false anatomical doctrines that he promoted in that school that have been carried on in farriery for over 250 years. So that guy ruled that school, and any of the research that Bracy Clark did, he undermined in that school. And he constantly behind his back belittled him and demeaned him and worked against him, because this guy, he wanted to be the top dog. He wanted to have patents for his shoes. He made patents for shoes that had what you call it, imitation frog pressure pads and stuff like that, because he believed in the doctrine that had started with the French schools, that you should trim down the heels to get frog pressure. And so he promoted that. He come up with the idea that horses hang the horse, the coffin bone is suspended in the foot by the lamina, and that this is why the horse has suspension. In other words, let me go to this, find a page here, just a minute here. See, you really need to understand these false doctrines and how they have been killing horses, torturing, maiming, laming, killing horses for centuries. Now, in this day and age, we may not depend on a horse for our livelihood, but in the past they did. And that's not it. See, and it's not just a matter of the fact that it tortures, maims, and lames and kills horses. Gradually, slowly, makes it look like it's something else. It's the fact, just a minute. It's the fact that it kills people too. Okay, Bracy Clark talks about all the people that were being killed back then due to all the false doctrines coming out of the vet schools. they've been practicing by that time for 40 years. And then Coleman adds to it with more abominable practices, such as totally paring out the sole until it gives to your thumb. Okay? Because he taught that the sole, and you'll still see him teaching this stuff. That, okay, you know what a plunger is like? Okay. He taught that when the horse steps down, that the sole descends down and up, down and up. That's what they taught. And they taught that the horse bears the weight via the very rim of the wall on the very lamina itself. Now, you really need to understand what the lamina is. Let's go look at a picture here. Let's see, I'll go to my pictures and go to internal foot or one of these here. Okay. Come on, open up. Here we go. Resume, share. Here we go. Okay, you see these fine little leaves here? That's the lamina. Okay, so he taught that these. Now look here. Let me see. Okay, so the lamina starts here. Oh, they're not that thick though. Hold on. Do. Let me draw something better here. Let's see. Okay, so they're about like that, not even that thick. Okay? And there's hundreds of them here, like little sheets of zigzag rolling papers. Yeah. Well, hey, they sell them in all the stores. I was raised in the 60s, and frankly, I never did like marijuana, but a lot of people smoke it, and everybody knows that very fine tissue paper of a zigzag rolling paper, right? Okay, it's even finer than like the tissue paper you get uh rolling papers. Now, I used to smoke and roll my own cigarettes. Okay, so I understand how fine and thin those papers are. Well, these little leaves here are no well, they're this however long the foot is there. They're so thin and so fine. Uh and they're not very deep. They're not even a fourth of an inch thick, you know. Um and they're shaped kind of like this. Okay, all of these in here. This would be like the width here. So, and then, so the lamina of the hoof capsule, you call this the sensitive lamina because it's tissue, it's living tissue, it's skin. Okay, this skin, I could think of skin on your body that you have that is this delicate. Okay, on parts of your body that you don't want to expose. This is all skin. It's just skin. Just like this up here is skin that grows a hair. See the hair? This skin, and that's all it is, people. It's not some sort of blood-filled tissue. No, it's skin. It may have blood in it, but this skin here is very, very sensitive. Okay? And especially this skin here. And so then you've got this skin up here that grows the lamina of the hoof capsule, just like your nail grows down your bed, the bed of your nail bed. This is like the nail bed. Since when is a nail bed ever meant to bear weight? So this son of the devil, Coleman, if for no other reason you had to believe in Satan, once you get to know this guy, yeah, once you get to know the torment and torture he's caused these horses, yeah, this guy was a son of the devil. Anyway, so this guy Coleman come up with the bright idea, probably not on his own, that these sensitive tissues were what bore the weight of the horse, that the sole did not bear any weight at all. Okay? And so what do? You trim out the whole sole till it's totally concave, until you can press on it with your thumb. And then you mount the shoe. Let me see here. Let me draw. You mount the shoe, the shoe under here. Let me make that thicker. Hold on. So you mount this on the shoe, on the rim of the shoe, so that with no sole bearing the weight at all. And so what does it do? It transfers the weight up onto the sides of the foot onto the lamina. So it is exactly like, and you can feel, you can get an idea of what it's like by right now taking your fingernail or your thumbnail and pressing your thumbnail straight down on the table until you can feel the weight on your nail bed. This was the teaching, and he did experiments to prove it. Of course, they take and totally carve the sole out of a horse's foot and make him stand there and then say, see there, he didn't fall through. See there, he didn't fall through. And so that's what they taught, that they bear their weight on the sides of the foot. And this is what your vets and your farriers, most of them, believe today. Now, this is what Professor Pollitt believes. This is what, uh, uh, yeah, this is what Professor Pollitt believes. Now, Professor Pollitt is a very important dude, professor, Brumby studier from Australia, and he's a veterinarian. So, anyway, so this is what they taught. And this is something that's been tormenting and torturing the horse for years. Now, the barefoot movement comes along. Dr. Boker comes along, which, okay, you can have people that believe some good things, but then it turns into a bad thing. So Dr. Boker comes along, hobnobbing it with the barefoot people, and he comes up saying, because this is what the barefoot people believe, not because it's something that Dr. Boker invented. Okay, he comes up and he says that peripheral loading, they call this peripheral loading. Peripheral, this is the peripheral of the hoof wall. And so you carve out all the sole and you put a shoe on it to where only the rim of the wall is on the shoe. That is called peripheral loading. And that is how all the farriers were taught to shoe a horse, to carve out the sole so that absolutely none of the sole bore any weight, and then to put the rim of the foot on the wall to transfer. It's not the wall. Okay, look. Here's a hoof. Okay. Here's the rim of the wall down here at the bottom. Okay, it's not the rim of the wall that bears the weight. They do not believe that. They don't bear weight on the wall. When there's no weight bearing with sole, bars, frog, none of that, then, and you put the shoe on to put it on to force the weight onto the sides of this foot, onto the lamina. And the only reason that more horses don't go lame and get more damage is because you've also put an iron shoe on it to hold it all together. But what it does is here's another thing. This wall, just a minute. This wall that connects to this, from the hoof capsule. So this is, look, this is the sensitive lamina, and the wall grows down from here, and it connects, it produces the lamina of the hoof capsule that connects into all these leaves here. And it is dovetailed. You know what dovetailed is? Dovetailed is where something slides. Say, I don't know how to explain it. It's where the wall here slides down as it grows, slides down the leaves. So consequently, what happens if you weight the wall? We already know that. If you weight the wall here, since it's dovetailed and it slides down, if there's too much weight down here, then it gets pushed back up like this. That's where, like, your coronary band that might be here winds up being like that. So how can the wall and the lamina bear the weight if this is dovetailed and not solid? If the wall slides down it and can be pushed back up it, how is that mean that this lamina bears the weight? See, these people have never stopped to think about any of this. This is what they were all taught in school. And by God, since they paid for that education or that degree or that certification, that's the way it is. And 9 out of 10 of them are not going to give it another thought. And then they're going to get offended if you approach them with another idea. See, I learned that the hard way, that this wasn't just a big, great thing we're all researching and looking for wonderful answers. They get offended if you come up with any other idea or you question it. And so I've seen farriers kind of be very nervous about wanting to think a different way. This is how the way Gene Ovanik was. When he studied wild horse feet, and he learned that more than just the wall bore the weight. Okay. He said it was a fresh, refreshing thought to think that the sole bars and frog had some part in the weight bearing of the horse. Why is that? Why would he say that? Because it was taught only the weight was borne on this here. We carve out the sole, we mount the wall on a shoe, and we transfer the weight from the wall to these sensitive lamina leaves on the side of the foot. And can you spell laminitis? Yeah. Why do they get laminitis? So, when you take the fact that they're trimming out the heels and they're forcing all that anatomy up into the coffin joint, which is causing this toe to rotate down and back, and it puts pressure on the wall going forward. But of course, we're keeping a shoe on it too, so that all this gradual pain and inflammation and separation is happening gradually over time. And so it's like the trim that finally breaks the camel's back. They come out one morning, and by God, the horse is doing the laminitis walk. And how that happened must have happened overnight. Did the horse get into something he should have? Blah, blah, blah. What triggered it? It was happening for a very long time. Okay. But then the foot just got, these horses, when their feet are being deformed, they're meant to adapt, and the foot grows in such a way to try and hold itself together. And so, but there comes a time when they can no longer hold themselves together and they fall apart. And that's when you got laminitis, and you think it happened overnight, but it'd been happening for years. For years. It's amazing the feet hold together as long as they did. But that's the way these animals were created, were designed to survive. It's the divine design survival. And I don't care if you think that way or not. Okay, you want to think, well, that's how they evolved. Well, you just go right ahead. Either way, it's an amazing creation. Let's see here. Okay, so let me undo this. Now, how can the wall bear the weight? Okay. How can the lamina bear the weight when, and here's another area they're all screwed up on, saying that, oh, the sole is only concave. No, it's not. It's convex. And the sole, let me, oh, well, here, wait a second. Let me do, okay, so the sole, the sole corium is here. See, okay, here's the lip. Sole corium, oops. Sole corium lips up around the foot like so. Oh, well, I'm not drawing it very good. But right here, it doesn't start right on the bottom of the foot here. If it started right here, then yes, the sole would be concave. It starts clear over here. Just a minute. How come you're not working out for me here? Starts there and goes like that. That's the shape of it. And so the sole tubules, this stupid thing, just a minute, keeps wanting to change on me for some reason. I don't know why. So the sole tubules grow from here. They grow like this. Now, right about here, okay, here's where they are here. Right about here, once they get past this lip, then it gets concave. See there? Going in towards the frog. But right here is convex. And so you have a convex ridge of sole, and it's not at the very edge of the foot. Look at it. If you look at this picture, it's thick. It's clear around here. This is the rim of the foot right here. And that's where the sole grows. So how in the world could the wall ever bear the full weight of the whole? In order for it to do that, this lamina here would have to start here and go clear down to here. Okay, then it grows beyond that with sole like that, but it doesn't grow like that. The lamina goes only to here, and then it runs into sole corium right here on the outer edge of the foot. And so then the sole starts growing. They grow together. Well, you know, you got your, they get glued together right there with the what they call the white line. They only call it the white line because ultimately they're calling it after the color of the internal lamina of the capsule. You know something they never named that I can find? See if you can find it. They never named what this yellow stuff really is. They call that thing the white line, right? They're calling it the white line because the lamina of the hoof capsule is white. That's why they call it the white line. But they have never, first of all, they've never seen that there is a different corium. They've never seen, see, and I hadn't seen it either till I skinned a foot. and then I saw it. There is a different corium. So you got your laminar skin, and you got your coronary band hoof wall, corium skin that grows your hoof wall. You've actually got another kind of corium. You've got another kind of corium right here that grows the actual lamina. On a skin foot, you can see all of them. Then you get down to here, and you got a whole different kind of corium that injects this yellow glue into the white line or the lamina of the hoof capsule, which is right here. So you've got your lamina leaf, and attached to it is the insensitive lamina made of the hoof capsule that's attached to the wall. And then right here is where there is a different kind of corium that makes yellow biological glue that it injects into the hoof wall to join the sole ridge here, this sole ridge here, with the lamina growing down, so that then they grow down to the wall connected together, because the sole does not have any lamina. It doesn't grow lamina in that way. Instead, what it makes is a biological glue that it injects into the lamina. And so they know none of this. And that's why they never use photographs. They always draw pictures to depict their anatomy, because the true anatomy and photographs don't line up with what they've been teaching for 250 years. All their pictures that they draw. Earlier, we looked at pictures of the digital cushion. They draw deformed digital cushions. Everything they draw is deformed and distorted, but they think it's the norm. So why should it be a stretch of the imagination to realize that they're taking damaged digital cushions and teaching them as if they're the norm, and that is the way the material should be within the digital cushion? Oh, fibro fatty cartilage. No, it's adipose tissue, and it may have some fiber in it, but what they're calling the norm is actually damaged tissue from all the deformed feet that these vets and farriers have been making due to false teachings they have inherited from the first vet schools. Let's see here. Get in here. On the hoof capsule here. Let's see, and what happens when you trim the heels out and you pull all this down? This heel here is cartilage. That's all cartilage with digital cushion underneath it. It's all cartilage. And so when you trim the heels out, that gets pushed forward and crushed up flat into the foot. Now, ultimately, this is pretty good foot, except that they let the pillars get long and it was cracking the whole front of the foot. But her heels were never totally trimmed out or anything like that. So she still had a pretty darn good internal foot. Of course, kind of dried out right there. And frog stay, pretty decent. But now looking at this too, I can tell that still the back, this is not supposed to be pulled down like this. You see these here? They're not supposed to be pulled down like this. So she still had some deformation in the back of this capsule. Okay, this here is this, how to describe it? This area where the coronary band is should not be pulled down so much. And these bulbs should have been up higher like this, because this part here is not supposed to pull the heel down. It's supposed to support it up here. Okay, see how this is pulled down? It's not supposed to be pulled down. These bulbs were still pulled down. Now, when I first did it, now look at the lamina leaves inside there. Okay. Okay, so all those leaves that I was telling you about on the inner foot are they're one after the other. Inner, outer, inner, outer, inner, outer, inner, outer, like leaves of paper. Okay. Now look, where do they end? Before they get to the bottom of the foot, you have the sole corium, you have the convex sole ridge, you have this form-fitted, I'm always looking for a word. You know, that foot is fitted right in there. And that fits right and grows from right around the rim of it, so that it holds the foot in place and it protects the rim of the foot and of the coffin bone. And so that, and protects it from being deformed. And so let's look over here. So you know, the argument is, well, the wall, does sole bear the weight? No, the wall supports the sole. They marry up together right here and grow to the ground together, and the wall supports the sole. And they support one another, technically. No one part of this bottom of this foot bears all the weight. See? And because of the suspension system of the digital cushion and the frog and the deep digital flexor tendon, and the fact that the horse has joints that give, okay, there is never a full, complete weight bearing on anything. It is such a flexible structure. When it's all right. Okay, now look at the frog stay here. It's not a frog spine. But if this horse would have had contracted heels, if these bulbs would have been smashed together, then this thing here would have come up to a point all the way across. See, may look like a spine, but that's just because the heels were contracted and the bulbs were smashed together and the frog couldn't grow thick like it's supposed to. Now, the heels on this horse, different than, let's see. Well, all the measurements on this foot are the same as the other 2 feet that I showed at the first. Let me find that here. A second here. Share. These 2 feet here, same measurements, totally different horses. Okay, that mare that I just showed you, which had a much healthier foot than this horse, because she never had her heels totally trimmed out and contracted. Okay, same measurements. Same measurements. How weird is that? And that is not because we do a measurement and that's it. No, I'm just showing you that in anatomy, you will find some real generalities. You know, it's the same thing as, how can we have all these different sized dogs and yet they have all these different sized brains, but they all got the same character, nature, and personality? What's that about? You know, it's like different size computer chips. You know, they keep making them smaller and smaller and smaller, like the little tiny ones you put in your phone. when we used to have big floppies. Yet they all contain and hold information. What information is being held here in this anatomy? How is it that the toe on this horse here, which is so much bigger, is the same as a coffin bone here? And see, I'm not the only one to notice this. Gene Ovanek's son, Cody, I think that was his name, Cody Ovanek. He did a big study on coffin bones, and they found out that the distance on coffin bones of different sizes from where the true apex of the frog should be, or the apex of the frog here, to the end was relatively the same. And so for me, the study has been on the heels, and I found out, hey, they're relatively the same. Now, I don't think I measured that quite right, but it's a little high further up here, and I needed to bring it back a little bit there. But like I'm okay, so here's the mare right here, and here's the gilding. They are within very, very, very close same range, if not the same. I really didn't get a chance to get exact and hold a camera and try and measure at the same time. And what about collateral groove depth? See, that's the mare, or maybe we should call it commissure depth. I don't know. That's the mare. That's the gilding. Okay, how about that? Bigger horse. How can, well, that's not the mare. Wait a minute. Okay. This is the gilding, I think. Yeah, because you got this black here. Okay, so I was measuring that. Just a minute, we'll show the mare. Okay, and here is there's the mare. It's the same, it's the same. Okay, here's the hoof capsule. It came off of the one horse where I was trimming him and pulled the back of his foot down. Look at where it put the bar straight up, took the commissure or the collateral groove or whatever you want to call that on the bottom of the foot and bent it and put this big sharp wedge right up into the bottom of his foot. That would have been right in here. So you got this bar bent and shoving up into the bottom of their foot. How good must that feel? Huh? So here's one inch. Right about there is about 1.5 inches. Okay, well, the point was that you look, okay, so this is, let's see, 1 1/8 to 1 1/4 inch here from the hairline down to the end of the heel. Okay, so that's telling you right there that you ought to at least have 2 inches of heel to have any wall grow beyond the end of the heel so you could have sole. See? So these horses here, unrelated to one I did 5-6 years ago, that I was just showing you. Let me go back to that. Okay, I found it. Let's see, share. This one here. How can, see, there are generalities in anatomy. That doesn't mean that we just take and do measurements and say, that's it. This is what it should be. Okay? Because there's a whole process of understanding this foot and how it's put together, and then how that capsule should grow from it, and where the capsule is, and the capsule deformities that are affecting the internal foot. So in this thing that we are doing, we really are learning what the true foot is and how that capsule is supposed to grow from it. But we use these measurements as a means to, and the mapping as a means of staying in the ballpark and kind of knowing where we're at in certain areas. It's not cookie cutter. It can't be cookie cutter because these feet, you got a hoof capsule, inner foot, they both deform and become a different version of a horse's foot. And so there are numerous versions. Plus, like I said, it's like Rubik's Cube. Okay, well, hey, we should call it the Rubik's trim. Okay? Because it's as complicated and it can be as hard. This stupid thing. Okay, so there I'm just measuring the heel, but I didn't quite get it enough as far as I was concerned. It could have been a little longer. And then measuring the inside in here. You know, measure the heel. What about the inside from here to here? Now, when you can trim the heels so out of these horses that it will crush this, look at this heel here has definition and depth to it. But you can, but it's all cartilage and under that digital cushion, fat. So the more you trim the heels down, the more it pushes this forward and crushes it up into the foot. And so you see this area here that can get shorter. Look at the heel connected into here pretty much helps keep that hoof capsule on the foot. And so the more you trim that heel out, the less of this you get to where you could have it to where you have no real connection of this in the back of the foot at all. Only thing that's holding it on, just a minute. The only thing that's holding it on is just in general the sole tubules and whatever you may have a frog in here. But this makes it real easy for the hoof capsule to come off or for the foot to come out of the capsule right here because you have no more heel connection back in here. Again, look, this has a shape to it. It has a depth to it, but it's cartilage. It can be crushed flat and forward. That's how you get your run forward heels. And this has a depth to it. That only looks like that because getting it off, I damaged it. So to get a hoof capsule off, I learned that if I could get the frog stay and one heel free, I could just pull that thing off. It would just zip off, zip, like that. So anyway, so I'm trying to think of where I got these pictures of these guys. Okay, so they're learning from these yahoos here in the United States about how to take these heels down, take them down, take them down, take them down, frog pressure, frog pressure. They finally trimmed the heels out of this horse so much, the horse walked right out of both back hoof capsules. I got the picture somewhere. I'm trying to think of where I would have them. So you got a horse standing there. They're standing there with two freshly shod back feet or hoof capsules, and the horse is standing there with two bloody feet on the ground. It's surprising it doesn't happen more often, people. You know, so where'd they learn that? Take them heels down like that. Oh, from the us idiot Americans. You know, they get all their bad habits from us. What's that? Oh, where'd this come from? Oh, okay. Wow. My husband just handed me some, are they wild plums? Are they wild plums? Oh my God. Well, that'd be great if we could go pick some. Sorry. Okay, well, let's do that. I'd be into that. Okay, my husband just found a whole bunch of wild plums. That'd be good. He just handed me some wild plums, and I don't know if you've ever had wild plum jam, but see, wild plums are sour. And so up in Oregon, they're all over the place. And they make wild plum jam, and there is nothing better than eating venison with wild plum jam. And it's got a bitterness to it, but it's so good. Okay, so anyway, uh, trying to think where those pictures would be. You probably don't want to see them, but it's horrible. Okay, this is down in Mexico somewhere, and they've shod this horse, and that horse just walked out of both back hoof capsules. Well, now can you see how this could happen? Okay, it's like having, you know how you can have a shoe, like, okay, I took some pictures of some Hey Dudes, some Hey Dude shoes the other day, and some of them have the back of the, let's see. Okay, so you got a shoe, right? Like so. And this part of the shoe, you got a full heel where your footy fits in, right? That's your foot. Got a little hair on the leg there. Okay, so this kind of shoe. But then they had some Hey Dudes that were like this. Okay, open heel. Okay, so your foot can just slip in there like so, and your heel is back here. Like so. Okay, so what's happening is when you're trimming the heels down, you're making this kind of shoe. Which kind of shoe comes off easier? This one, right? Because your foot ain't really in the shoe. And this capsule is like a shoe. So when you trim it down and these get crushed flat up into the foot, there's not much holding that shoe on, that capsule on in the back of this foot anymore. And so the leverage plus, not only that, but you've already got leverage of the foot. This foot is being forced down, and it's already, just in normal circumstances, the horse is already pulling up. And so then when he walks, the pressure is even greater as he breaks over. That foot wants to pull up right out of the capsule. And in this case, it did. Both back feet, all man caused. And I guarantee you, they learned that from us stupid Americans. Okay? Because on the one hand, we do great things. On the other hand, we spread crap all around the world as well. And people don't like me saying that. Well, too bad. Look at some of the culture in America is not anything somebody should emulate. You know, and this barefoot garbage that came out of here is definitely not something that should have been spread around the world like it was. One dead wild horse as the model. Let's see here. And like I said, farriery was already bad enough. They'd already been trimming the heels out of horses for 250 years. Okay, let's see here. Anyway, I hope that some of this explains why we're in such a predicament with these horses. You know, when you have the model everybody is following, one dead wild horse that wore its heels down. And horses are supposed to have heels. See, this, he thinks, and they think that this is heel. This is a bulb that should be up off the ground. And so the more you trim the foot down, it pulls this down to the ground. It shoves all this forward. It rolls everything in. It deforms the whole back of the foot. And you wind up having the horse walking on the bulb, walking on this part of his foot that should be up off the ground. And you've totally crushed this part of the foot to where it don't even exist anymore. Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to end there unless somebody else has something they want to talk about. And when I'm doing these hoof chats, if you have something you want to discuss or you need, I'm going to tell everybody speak up first. Let's do that first because as you can see, I can get to rambling on. Well, that's how I learn.
So just to clarify, I think I heard you say earlier, maybe we shouldn't be taking the bars down so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, for me, it wasn't as much taking them down as thinning them out. You know, like this. Taking them down and thinning them out, I did that too much. Because I was getting such good results with the back of the foot expanding and I got overzealous. So, okay, so let me draw this here. Just a minute here. Oh, what color? Red. Okay, so here's your heel. Okay, and here's your bar right there. And actually should end right about here. And it's got a certain thickness to it, you know. And so it gets shoved up into the foot and it gets distorted and deformed and stuff, and it can bind and hold your heels where they're at. And so continuing to trim it down like so is good, and even sometimes kind of thin them out a little bit, but I overdid it. Okay. I overdid it, and because there's still some support there, you know. I overdid it, and I think that did affect the way my horse was walking. In the next couple days, I'm gonna take some more pictures and see where he's at. Like he's doing fine now, you know. But I think I overdid it. So either again, I'm going through this phase where really the back of his foot did expand, or his heels pushed forward. You know, because he was doing really good. He was very upright. And but I was wanting the back of his foot to expand more. And so I think I might have taken a little too much bar. That's all. And so I would just caution people on that. But, you know, I don't want to caution you so much that you don't do anything. You know what I mean? Because then you'll stay right there too.
Right.
So yeah, so we're just learning this balance. I'm learning the balance myself. Again, what is this? This is research. We're trying to figure out how do we restore these feet? How much bar do we take? How much do we leave? What's the best route to take?
Thank you.
Okay, let me get out of here. And these are all my own personal opinions. Okay, so and they're subject to change as I learn more too. So
Cool.
Hey Linda, it's Devin.
hi, Devin.
Hey, I've been listening for a while, but I've been working too, so I've been busy. But I wanted to make sure I could chime in and say hi. I haven't been on here much. It's been a busy summer.
Has it? Good.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
good.
but just I missed some of that, so I don't know where you were talking about the bars on your horse or whatnot, but I've noticed like not huge changes, but like with the real bound horses, removing bar and stuff has really helped relieve the hoof and allow
Yeah.
things to move. But on horses that aren't so bad, I've noticed that sometimes removing a little too much could almost make you go backwards a little bit.
Okay,
So,
yeah,
yeah, definitely finding that balance of exactly how much. Not like it makes a huge difference, but you're like, you know, like I'm just not sure it made it any
yeah,
better. So I'm like, well, maybe I should just let a little bit more bar to stabilize that sole so it doesn't want to like, you know what I mean? You
yeah,
don't to
exactly.
destabilize it too much if it does. I mean, obviously you want to destabilize it if the whole
Yeah,
thing's just crunched together, but sometimes some of them aren't that bad and you remove a little too much and you're like, I think it might have contracted a little bit. Did I make it
yeah,
worse by doing that? So definitely finding that happy medium and like exactly which ones need excessive removal versus the ones that probably need a little bit more. So
yeah,
so
yeah, that's me too.
I've been experimenting with, leaving more bar on some of the horses that aren't as bad as others. So
Okay, well, that sounds logical and reasonable.
yeah.
And see, that is kind of what I struggled with because I was having such fabulous results and I was so excited about learning where the true frog should be, and
Yeah.
I was just really wanting the back of that foot to just spread
Me too.
apart and come back.
Yeah, and
Eh,
we've had excellent results on a lot of these
Yeah,
horses.
yeah,
But
yeah,
but it's only been since like what, November?
yeah,
Or and for you last December, so like a year really.
yeah,
So yeah, I think, just finding out like how much you can really remove and then like, okay, how much is too far? You know what I
yeah,
mean? So
exactly.
let's go as far as we can before we realize, okay, now that's too far.
Yeah. And there's all these different techniques, there's the notching, there's the
Yeah,
beveling, there's the taking, not just the taking bars back and down, but the dressing down the bar to thin down the actual whole bar wall.
yeah,
That is a technique that works at certain times and is beneficial.
yeah,
Um, but now I don't think that would necessarily be it. See, we're going to learn when, who, what, where, when, and how.
yeah.
We
Yeah, I've
just,
I've found like the upright uh heel with the straight bar that has more soul in it.
mhm,
You kind of want to keep that one there almost, but then
okay,
the other one that flares out with like the smashed laid over bar and
mhm,
that whole heel pushing out, I have found almost a little bit more of a bevel or a notch on that end, and a little bit more bar removal will help bring that side in. You know
okay,
what I mean? But if you remove
yeah,
too much bar on the upright heel, you can cause it to cave in. So you almost want to leave more on that side to hold it out. Does that
okay,
make sense? So I'm doing
yeah,
lots of experiments, and when
that's
you trim
awesome.
so many different horses, it's like, okay, what works where and exactly how much to
Yeah.
take what, when, and where, like you said, trial and error to get it right for each situation. So
Well, see, that's great. I'm so glad you're doing that and that you shared that with me because I'm only doing uh my horse, my pony, and one other horse, you
yeah.
know. So I live vicariously through you.
Okay, fun.
Okay?
Oh, I gotta
I
share some.
trim vicariously through all of you. So
Hey,
Yeah.
so
hey, Devin, I'm gonna send you a private message in the chat. Do you have access to read that?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Okay.
think if it's through Messenger, sure. Oh, you mean through the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay. But yeah, Linda, the lady at the barn, she just got a new horse and her feet were flaring and she was kind of not really, I don't know, I guess she'd always had shoes, but she was kind of like having some issues. So their treatment for that was just pads and tons of glue, and I took pictures. This horse's feet is so like I can't even believe it. You can see why she'd be uncomfortable, but yeah,
yeah.
pads and glue all over her feet. I'm just like, what the heck? Who did
Oh,
this?
yeah. Well, people don't know what to do.
Yeah,
Uh there's so much man, there's just so much lameness and so much the stuff going on and everything like that. And so this is really great that you're doing so many horses and you're actively thinking about what maybe to do the right thing at the right time, you
yeah,
know?
yeah.
Yeah.
Trial and error, back and forth. What works here and what works there, and taking notes on each horse, and because every situation is different, and if you just go in and just remove everything on everybody, I have seen where some are just like, okay, maybe they need a little bit more there to stabilize it, to help encourage it to push out. And if I
Yeah.
remove that, is it gonna crush in on me? And then I was looking at the feet one day, and I was looking at this hoof one day, and one that almost seemed like it kind of, I think it was also had to do with the fact that she had went like 9 weeks without being trimmed, and she's got a toe that likes to build up with lots of sole, and it
Uh-huh.
just kind of pulls everything forward. So, but I was looking at the back of her hoof, and I noticed, this is one of these horses where I kind of just filed out a little bit of the buttress like we do.
Uh-huh.
And I found a lot of success with that in some horses, but in this case, I noticed like where the frog is, almost looking like the back of the hoof maybe dropped inside a little bit. And so
Uh-huh.
looking down at that, I'm like, okay, I envisioned where that buttress should be and the height of where it should be. And if it was there, it would push up on those structures. And I'm like, oh, I almost wonder if filing that out with this situation, if it made it worse. So I don't know. We're gonna
Yeah.
see. I'm gonna play with that one because she's severely contracted. So at this point, I'm like, I don't even know,
Yeah.
with her feet. So, but I'm almost thinking that even though it's contracted, I almost might need more of the height there to
Yeah.
push those structures up to allow the cartilages to come back up out of the back of the hoof.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And the thing about it's you see you just gotta juggle all this stuff, you
mhm,
know. And the thing about it is we know now that lowering the back of the foot, well, the foot naturally wants to set at a certain height,
mhm,
you know. And so when you force it to go low, it's going to be just pulling up naturally. And so when it pulls up, it's pulling on the back of the capsule too. And it's going to wrap those heels round behind it.
yeah.
See? And so uh trying to figure out uh leaving, yeah, see, do I leave this heel to leave this foot up here? Or do I need to take it down to try and do this? It's kind of difficult to tell
Yeah, and I think I,
sometimes.
I finally got some heel on her, but
Uh-huh.
I'm almost thinking maybe I didn't, even though it's sidewalled, it's her, she's got false heels at the
Yeah.
moment, because her buttresses are just curled into her frog.
Hmm.
But I'm like, at this point, maybe I didn't quite have enough height to remove the curled in buttress.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or perhaps a little more bar at the same time. So it's like, with some of these feet, I'm like, okay, this one's getting great results. This one isn't exactly doing much, or maybe going a little bit backwards. And what's the difference in these 2 feet? And
Yeah.
it's kind of racking my brain. It's something that I never stopped thinking about.
Well, good. I'm glad you never
But,
stop
but
thinking about it, because that's the way you start to figure it out. Because, like, even when you're talking, I'm picturing how if you didn't have enough height, but you took off some of that curl, then that's just going to make it easier to curl in,
yeah, yeah,
right?
and
Would
it's
that be
almost like
right?
yeah, and I think almost if like they're high enough and you got more of the weight towards the outside,
Uh-huh.
then I just feel like it's lifting up those and maybe helping it spread. So I
Yeah.
just think with this mare, she was just not enough heel and too contracted, that removing those actually made it go backwards. So I mean,
Uh-huh.
I didn't take after pictures, but just by looking at her, I was like, oh wow, she looks like she contracted more than last time. But her toes also got long and all built up too. So I told Amy, I was like, I know that she's not one of your lame horses, which is surprising. But
Hmm.
I was like, we might need to trim her just a little bit more frequently, because I've got a couple horses in the barn that were somewhat like her, maybe not as contracted in the back, that I've gotten a lot more heel on before I started removing a little bit of that curl in the buttress. But one horse in particular, her horse Colt, I have had false sole, and I've had his feet just grow straight up and down almost. And I've had to remove so much false sole to find like where his true foot should be and trim him. And it
Uh-huh.
just keeps growing out with the hoof, because it releases that serum to hold everything together.
Yeah.
So, I finally got to a part where like it was starting to happen, but like last time I trimmed him, I went and I had true sole. I had live sole. You could see the little horn tubules in the sole as well. And I had about a half inch of growth of hoof wall past his sole. So his sole stayed in place where it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
So I only had to remove hoof wall. I didn't have to touch his sole at all. And I was extremely happy about that because
Yeah.
it's a hard trim having to try to remove some of that false sole to find the balance in the foot, you know.
Yeah. I know
And
what
now
you mean.
for the first time ever, his heels are high. They're above his toe. I didn't have to touch any toe. And he's got live sole and I just had to trim hoof wall. So I didn't have to trim out quite as much. I didn't have to bevel quite as much of his quarters and leave the toe like I was doing before to help, you know, kick those heels back and stand them up.
Uh-huh.
This time I just had to do like a maintenance trim. You know, I trimmed his bars. I didn't have to thin him out so much. He is contracted in the heels still, but I'm still trying to, you know, get that to come back and get even more height on there to help open up those cartilages. But I just did a nice bevel all the way around his foot, even around the toe. You know, because I didn't have to touch any of the sole. So I just did
Mm-hmm.
it. Did just a mild bevel all the way around the whole foot, nice and even, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
so it's kind of it's nice. I'm getting to the point where a lot of the horses, I'm trimming them more like every 6 to 8 weeks instead. Like he was one where she'd have me out there every 3 because his toes were just doing crazy stuff.
Shooting forward and stuff.
Yeah, they just couldn't grow out the back because he was so bound and contracted back there.
Uh-huh.
And so uh just being able to go out there like I think the last time it was like 7 weeks I went out there. Anyways, his feet are maintaining their shape and his soles are staying in place and it's live sole. It's not petrified sole growing out with the foot and everything. And so yeah, the trims are just getting a little bit easier for me now that I've got these crazy feet kind of under control.
Good.
But they're lasting longer at the barn. I'm like, there's no reason why. I mean, we should be able to be on an 8-week schedule.
Yeah,
You know
wouldn't
what I
that be nice?
mean? Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. Like, come on now.
Yeah. I remember when that's what you were on, an eight
Yeah.
week schedule. But this was before the advent because because when 1976, when Leslie Emery came out with that book, Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care, all the farriers for the next oh my goodness, 76, 86, 10, 14 years, it was being pushed to grow heel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then it wasn't until 1992 they started taking the heel. Well, and then you go 10 years past that, then they get indoctrinated again into taking that heel down. And now they're all trimming more often.
Yeah.
See? I
Seeing
mean,
all my horses back in Washington, you know, by the end of my career, after doing it for almost 10 years, all the horses I had, most of them I had been trimming most of my career. And I got to a point where I wasn't really taking any new clients. So before I moved, all them horses I've been trimming forever. And everybody I
mhm,
trimmed every 8 weeks. Maybe in the summer I'd have a couple that would go about 6 weeks because the feet start chipping, you know. But
yeah,
I tell a lot of people don't panic if their feet are chipping because
yeah,
a hoof that's more anatomically correct will self trim.
yeah,
So,
that's right.
so I'm trimming like every 8 weeks there. So coming here and having these people calling me every 3 and 4 weeks, and then having to work that hard to get rid of all this built up soul. I'm like,
Yeah,
this isn't right. Like, what's going on?
yeah,
And this summer has helped me because it's been so wet this summer in
hmm,
Alabama. So the horses' feet have all just been soaked because it's rained so much here. I don't know how it is with everybody else, but
yeah, it
we've
has
had
here too.
we've had nonstop rain. I'm like, okay, where's our summer? But it's helped the feet, so that's good.
Yeah, well, that's all great. I'm so glad that you are back with us, you know, and stuff and sharing these things because, like I said, I'm not trimming that many horses. So your knowledge and what you're learning is invaluable to all of us.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I could be a part of it.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Very glad for you
Yeah,
and
thank you.
stuff. Well, people, shall we call it a day? Does anybody else have anything they'd like to say?
I just want to say, was it Tiffany that was saying something about a message? I don't
Yes.
see anything on here.
Yes,
Or
I sent a chat message through Zoom.
through
Why don't you guys become friends?
Okay, I'm not good at Facebook, but if I can figure out Messenger, I'll send it to you via Messenger.
Okay, because I'm like, Zoom. I'm looking at the chat here where there's participants and then the chat here at the bottom. But I
Yeah,
don't.
it's okay, but
Yeah,
it's important. Okay,
It's
Yeah,
important. Yeah, just find me.
okay,
Hopefully you can find me on through the anon and
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
I
Through
will.
the site.
I'll figure it out.
All right. Well,
Okay.
y'all have a good night. Thank you so much, Linda. You're
Hey,
awesome.
thank you. You are too, my friend. All of us. Thank you, everybody, for putting up with me and listening to me complain a few times and stuff like that about stuff people do. Irritates me. Stuff. But hopefully we're gonna learn from all of this ultimately. And after all, people, these aren't your BFFs. This is a business, right, Devin?
Yeah. Yes.
Right. And see, even Devin, she has a business, right? She may be your friend, but she's not your BFF. When she trims your horse, she has a business. And so it's her responsibility to do the best job she can, you know. And so if she has a faulty product, all right, which, hey, I used to trim more horses than I do now, and I charge people for it. Never very much, but so I'm selling a product when I do that. I'm selling a service. Okay. So if my service kills your horse, maybe I didn't mean to do it, but it's still happening. And so this stuff has to be confronted, whether
Yeah.
people like it or not. You know, um, uh, I wouldn't be surprised if there weren't a few horses that I may have trimmed that maybe I never went back and they went over the edge and that was it for them. Okay.
Yeah.
I remember specifically, there were these horses I went and trimmed one time, and this horse had feet that looked like lizards. And I did not know what the heck I was looking at. Okay. And they said, well, he's got laminitis. Do you think he has laminitis? And my understanding of laminitis or founder was ponies with those long, slipper feet, right? So I
Mhm.
said, no, I don't think so. you know well, then what kind of trim did I do on him? I did a trimming. That was when I was I don't know if I was doing trimming from the top or just taking the heels way down and doing a Mustang roll, but I mean I put it on that horse. And I remember I can even see that horse today. Okay, I remember leaving and I remember looking, and this is like, oh God, this got to be 16 years ago. I remember seeing that horse standing by this gate and he didn't want to move. Okay. And I knew at the time he didn't want to move. But I was like, I didn't understand why. Because, see, they really do make you think that this is all there is to it. Just take the heels down to the base of the frog or whatever, and then take the toe back and just do a Mustang roll and presto changeo. But I'm telling you, if a horse is already screwed up, okay, you could put them over the edge by that kind of trim, you know. So yeah, I could have killed a horse here and there. If I'd have done any more horses than what I did, it's guaranteed. I know for a fact you can kill a horse doing this stuff. Okay. You didn't mean to, you had the best intentions, but you've been taught lies. The barefoot natural hoof care movement is based on falsehood, faulty, faulty, uh, incompetent, ridiculous research, and falsehood. Falsehood. And I'm looking forward to the day when we can do a class action lawsuit in this regard. So I don't give a damn what anybody thinks about that. You know, Horses have heels, and that's the bottom line. And what he said was not true. He might have thought that, but what he said was not true. And it is having a dire effect, had a dire effect on my horses and many people that I have known. I have known many horses that have been put down. So anyway, I'll leave you with that. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to say goodbye.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody take care.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Let's see, how do I get out of here? Stop share.